The umpires are out here at Mangaung Oval for this CSA one-day competition between the top of the table Flexbrands Knights and the bottom of the table Northern Cape Heat. An encounter that we're looking forward to as we see the batters and the team Northern Cape team making their way to the middle. The Knights have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Good morning, John. You looking forward to this one?
Good morning, Rafik, and good morning to all our viewers. It's a beautiful day here in the City of Roses in Central South Africa. We're looking forward to this encounter in the CSA One Day Cup. As you said, the Knights, top of the table, but they had their first defeat last time out against SVD.
Yeah, suffering their first defeat in this competition against the SWD Garden Route Badgers and hoping to bounce back. Opening the batting for the Knights today, we see Jacques Snyman and Isaac Dali that'll face the new ball. Gian Kluter went over his ankle down in Oudtshoorn and he's out for this match. Another change since the last game for the Knights. Seth Vleedemouse makes way for Johan van Dijk. So a fairly settled team for the Knights, one or two changes. And if we look at the Northern Cape team, a couple of your old alma mater in that team, John. Garnet Tar, Benjamin van Rensburg, and Liam Doherty, all former St Andrews boys.
Proud St Andrews boys here in Bloemfontein. St Andrews also missing out on the final recently. Proud to be Saints boy.
Benjamin van Rensburg, the left-arm seamer, to take the new ball from the Willow's End, and he's going to bowl to Jacques Snyman. So we see two slips in place, third man in a fine leg. As van Rensburg looks to start proceedings here at Mangaung Oval.
Much more of a traditional field than we've seen in the last couple of games. Two slips. Nice to see aggressive field starting here.
Yeah, we've seen the last couple of games here. Obviously, it's been difficult preparing the wickets, I suppose. We've had a lot of rain also again on Thursday evening and Friday morning. So it's going to be interesting to see how this wicket plays. We saw the last encounter here where the CSA merging side were playing, John. Fairly low scoring game, and before that also we saw a wicket that wasn't the easiest, sort of almost two pace. Now Van Rensburg's going to look to shape that back into the right-handed Jacques Snyman, and he's done so successfully so far.
Yeah, this morning going out on the wicket having a look, because especially investigating that, Rafik, because we've seen wickets played differently than we're used to here in Bloemfontein. To the left hand side of the square, we're a bit more on the right, but this wicket, looking at it this morning, looked much more traditional, or what we know for Bloemfontein.
That's the first runs of the morning, as that ball's played down to that third man area, just for one. Just looking at the ground dimensions again, we know that this is a massive ground in South Africa. To the eastern side of the ground, to our right hand side as we're looking, there is a bit of a short boundary, but there's a massive long boundary towards the western side of the ground, and that's always factors that you need to keep in mind when you do play here. Always spoke about how important, the running between the wicket is, and we saw in the last game the Knights had 2 runouts as well, and so they'd like to improve on that as well. Or the last game that they played at Mangaung Oval.
Good short stuff from Ben van Rensburg. That's what you like to see. Oh, nice welcomer for Isaac Dali, who faced his first delivery.
Yeah, I'm happy for Dali. Got an opportunity to play last week when Gian Kluter injured himself, because he's done well in that T20 final. that we played here. Batting through the innings and helping the Knights to get to a defendable total.
And not only that, in the last couple of games that we had in Bloemfontein, he's come up as a 12th man fielding, and he's really made an impact just with a fielding stance. So he's really put his body on the line. He's given everything in everything that's been given to his hand. So good to see him out there with bat in hand.
One more ball to go in this first over. Just to straighten, going down leg, and the umpire signals wide. So Van Rensburg bowling here with a 6-3 field. He's got to be careful not to go too straight, especially to the short boundary. Like to end on that off stump. See another of our former players in that mid-wicket position, Romano Terblanche, one of the ultimate professionals. Inside edge down to that fine leg, just for one. It's going to end the first over, 3 without loss.
Good first over for the Northern Cape Heat. That's what we've wanted to see in the last couple of matches, is discipline from the seamers. I was about to say we had an extra on the last delivery, not protecting the over, but we like to see it. I like the way the wicket's playing at the moment. Good carry, good pace. Looking good at the moment. I'm having a laugh here, Rafiq. Looking at Garnet Tar, who used to be my wicketkeeper and captain at a point. He's currently doing fine leg and third man, so change of roles.
Garnet, affectionately known as Soti. He's a very smart cricketer, a very intelligent cricketer. I think he's going to be missed in that wicketkeeper role because he's got good awareness. But the wicketkeeper for the day, Tahir Isaacs. Northern Cape Kimberley boy that has gone on to play for the Northwest Picker University. He's come back to play for his home province, so to speak, Tahir Isaacs. So Prinsloo has taken the new ball from the Loch Logan end. Charles Prinsloo.
Beautiful action from Prinsloo. Nice flow. As you see the carry through to the crease, almost seeing Isaac Tichale in the eyes.
Bit of unknown, Charles Prinsloo. But does seem like he's got a nice action. Tall, strong fella. Difficult season that the Northern Cape team had. If you look at all the competitions that they've played, finding themselves at the bottom of the table in the 4-day competition, the T20s, as well as in the one-day cup at the moment. But it's always a good rivalry between these two teams. Driven. That's going to go for 4. Overpitched, and Dikali dispatches that.
It's been a difficult season, as you said. And I just wanted to mention, before that ball was delivered, I looked at backward point and how aggressively it walked in. It was almost halfway off the inner circle ring. And it's just maybe a tad too close with the pace we're seeing.
And especially to that short boundary. Backward point's almost like 5 to 10 meters in from the ring and even getting closer.
I mean, where he's finishing, it's almost a kind of wide gully.
And you do not really give yourself a chance to stop anything if it goes a meter or two to the left or the right. So it is, and especially without any protection through that that offside and that short boundary. Maybe just a lack of a little bit of awareness there. Almost gets about 15 meters. Ends up 15 meters in from the ring. That's the end of the second over. 7 without loss. The Knights.
Very disciplined start here from the Northern Cape Heat. We like the lines the seamers are bowling. And that also brings up another point, is because of the size of the Mangaung Oval, every wicket we played on off the strip, whether it be to the left or to the right, it does impact all the angles. There's a lot of pockets here at the Mangaung Oval, and we've seen teams try to navigate that very differently. And so it's been interesting.
Yeah, it has been, and especially towards the western side when they played on that strips there. There's also a bit of a slope there, and that also impacts and determines the ends from which the bowlers bowl from. So it's always been a lot of thinking to do here. A lot of your attention to detail needs to be up there, ensuring that you get the right bowlers to bowl from the right end, etc. When do you start? Where do you start off from, and so on. Walking down the wicket, an appeal. Jacques Snyman looking to upset the bowler's length and rhythm, but a good ball there from Benjamin van Rensburg, beating the inside edge. Some good carry, like you mentioned early on as well.
That's what we love to see, is a seamer hitting their line and length, bit of a back of the length, uncomfortable for the batsman, as you see Jacques Snyman just trying to get forward, trying to force the initiative.
Off the back foot, straight into the covers.
Just see there for a moment as the fielding was done in covers, how close the ring fielders are to the batsman.
Yeah, that backward point fielder looks like Yika. And in the covers we have Kumalo, Tamsanka. So those two fielders really looking to attack the ball. Big appeal again. Umpire not interested. Only the bowler basically appealing. Off the thigh pad. We have a look at that again. Does seem like there's some movement into the right-hander. So Benjamin van Rensburg at the moment asking some questions and getting this new ball to shape back into the right-hander. A good disciplined start here. We've seen the Inyati boys here a couple of matches ago, and we were very impressed with the discipline from the Inyati boys.
It's been a discussion we've been having throughout the season, all the formats, is the discipline of Division 2 sometimes, especially from the bowling unit side. That is sometimes lacked.
Absolutely. Quick single. And Nikhali is going to make his ground. Yeah, spot on. And again, that's why we comment on the discipline of the bowlers and the unit and how they sort of create that pressure. Especially being a bit disappointed with the Knights up front with a new ball. And in this competition, especially, we felt that heavy reliance on the captain, Dane Pitt, and Malusi Siboto to come and pull things back. And that's an area where the Knights would like to improve on, especially with the loss of Tiaan van Vieren, who bowled exceptionally well here when they played against the Inyati team, but unfortunately also picked up a bit of an injury.
Do you believe he's a big miss today for the Knights? Tiaan van Vieren, he's been finding good form with batting ball. He's been strong with a bat, can hit a mighty long ball.
And again, that provides an opportunity to Johan van Dijk to put up his hand today, especially with the white ball. He's been good for the Knights, especially in the longer format with the red ball. But there has been some question marks with the white ball, whether it's been in the T20s or in the One Day Cup. An opportunity for him to put his hand up.
Just want to add also an old Saints boy.
Yeah, a couple of them out here.
No, but it's true what you say. And we saw that with the CSA emerging game, that JJ Basson bowled really well, and with it we were really impressed. But he also just had a couple more clicks to his bowling, and the difference it makes for Seema, just having that extra bit of pace.
Yeah, JJ Basson in the last game that we watched here was by far the best seamer on show. Very impressive. And he almost got his team over the line with very unlucky not to get more wickets. A lot of top edges, outside edges, but he did bowl with good pace and good control as well. Just past that middle fielders, looks like it's gonna be a close chase between the field and the boundary rope. He manages to cut that off, keeps it down to 3. But again, a little bit uppish, but fairly safe. See Jacques Snyman indicating it looks like he's looking for a new bat.
A lot of responsibility on Jacques Snyman today, with the likes of Gian Klutter sitting out, who's been the anchor point for the Knights innings with a bat.
Just late there from Dali. Play and a miss. Yeah, Gian Klutter has been massive this season for the Knights. If you look at scoring over 800 runs in the 4-day competition, and he's gotten the Knights off to good starts almost every game. He's going to be a big miss, especially also the fact that he's a wicket keeper and almost your second captain in the team. His experience will be sorely missed today.
And that double ton he scored in the 4-day final competition. What an innings that was to watch. So it's going to be an interesting match, as we said, and we always do comment on this, but those small changes and elements does make a big impact.
Yeah. And with him not keeping today, I suppose that Isaac Dali will be the wicket keeper for the Knights.
Played beautifully, nice and late, down to third man. And as that concludes the 4th over, 12 runs for no loss. It was a very similar situation when we played cricket at St Andrews. Garner Tar, opening batsman, wicket keeper, and you really do feel that role when it's not there. It's one of the cornerstones, your wicket keeper, an unsung hero in the field. Understands the what's happening in the wicket. The feedback they usually give to the skipper is mightily important. So it's going to be a big step up here for Isaac Dali. He's up to the task.
Yeah, we're always keen to see how the wicket plays, John, especially after the last couple of matches that we had here. And we've got Justin in the box today with us. He's our local expert that usually gives us some feedback on his assessment of things. It does seem like, again, a wicket that's not a lot of demons in at this stage. Seems like there is a bit of carry out there.
No, I don't think it's the same type of wicket that we saw against the CSA emerging side. I do think it's what we're more accustomed to here at the Mangaung Oval. Relatively a good batting surface, good bowling surface. Not anything in particular special, but we have to see. We're only here in the 5th over. Quick single taken. Oh,
that would have been mightily close had it hit. And luckily for Jacques Snyman, it did not. Just plays that into that mid-on area where the fielding's done. And shy at the stumps. Motloring Raps getting to that ball quickly. Unfortunately for him, can't hit the stumps. Shout for LBW. I think that would have just pitched outside leg stump and maybe even missed leg stump. So very optimistic appeal from Van Rensburg as the umpire signals leg byes. Just looking at that again. Oh, it maybe pitched on line, pitched on, but maybe just missing leg stump.
good movement off the seam. That was really nice. I've really been impressed here by Ben van Rensburg. He's been very disciplined in his opening spell here.
Again, down to that fine leg area for another single. There's definitely been some movement from Van Rensburg. Does look a threat. And the Knights would do well just to keep him out here and make sure that he doesn't do too much damage. Said earlier on, another left arm seamer in this team is Romano Treblanche, who's fielding in that mid-wicket position. Still doing a job for whichever team he plays for, whether it be with bat or ball. Pulled away, just for one. Treblanche may be a different type of seamer to Benjamin van Rensburg. Left arm seamer usually gets the ball to go across the right hander predominantly, and Van Rensburg looks to predominantly his stock ball is the one that comes into the right hander.
And Jan van Rensburg asking his fielders to hang on the ring.
That's the end of the 5th over. 17 without loss after 5. Cautious start, but good one nonetheless for the Knights so far. Not losing a wicket, giving themselves a chance here to hopefully get a big total.
So this is where it's very interesting for me. We talk about the absence of Gian Klutter. Gian Klutter always loves to get bat on ball and always somehow finds a way to score multiple boundaries within the power play. Always releasing a bit of pressure on the non-striker and able to kick on the innings. Now with him not here, it's been very uncharacteristic like to see the Knights batting at 3.4 to the over.
Yeah, different dynamic out there with Isaac de Gali. We usually see two very attacking batters, but hopefully these two can complement one another. And obviously different role for Isaac de Gali would be looking to bat through the innings here. Driven straight to that cover fielder, Treblanche.
I love the small change in attack. We just saw first slip and second slip shift over. First slip now in second, and second slip almost in gully region. And immediately Prince Louis bowling it a bit fuller on the drive.
Yeah, and just looking at the staggering of those slips as well, might just be an indication that they've sussed out the pace of this wicket very quickly and maybe decided, you know, if it's slightly slower, to have a bigger gap there between those slips.
No, I'm loving this, Rafiq. We spoke about proactive captaincy, about reading the situation, and Northern Cape Heat are doing it very well so far this morning.
I believe the captain of this Northern Cape Heat is Ronan Herman. Saw a bit of him as a schoolboy cricketer playing for the Central Gauteng Lions. And also a very good cricketer. Had a successful season, I think. If you look at some of the runs that he scored, a couple of centuries, and a very dangerous cricketer as well. So he'll be one to watch out for later on when they bat. I'm sure Garnet Tar would like to prove a point as well. He's always one of those cricketers that when he plays against the Knights, always puts in good performances. Play and a miss again from Dali. Just not enough width looking to play that shot, just too close to his body to look to play that specific shot.
Great bowling here from Prince, who are very disciplined in this over. 5 dot balls.
Yeah, and in List A cricket, Prinslow's only played, this is his 4th match so far. He's picked up 3 wickets so far in List A cricket at an average of 37 and an economy of almost 5.5.
So he will feel he has a point to prove. That's the first maiden of the day, end of the 6. 17 runs on the board for no wickets. As we see, Coach Gerard Maree, there he is. His son Ruben Maree played a phenomenal innings to save the Knights against the CSA emerging.
Yeah, 50 odd not out, and helping the Knights to get over the line in that match. Game that was very interesting, where we thought initially, when the Knights chased that total of about 149 and going about their business fairly easily and quickly, but how quickly things change in that match. Knights eventually lucky to get over the line, and thanks mainly to that innings played by Ruben Maree. Van Rensburg to continue from this southern end, the Willows end.
Fielding change, fine leg brought up, deep square leg pushed back. When looking at the wicket this morning, I did actually notice it was rather dry, which was for me very surprising considering all the rain we've been having in Bloemfontein. So ground staff have done an exceptional job, but a lot of small cracks on the wicket. Looked as if the top level was going to brittle easily, and
pulled away for 4. Not the best of deliveries, especially with that fine leg up in the ring. I wanted to comment earlier on, and especially with that short boundary in place, whether it would be advisable obviously to look to get that sort of dismissal where you do dig it in a bit shorter and hope that the ball gets hit down that deep square leg. And as it is, this line way too straight, and with fine leg up in the ring, that was a easy boundary for Jacques Snyman.
yeah, first loosener, first poor delivery from Van Rensburg. But I just wanted to comment on if you can really see the foot marks on the wicket.
And maybe one of the reasons why the Knights did decide to bowl first, obviously a lot of spin bowlers in the attack, and if it is a bit dry and there's something in there for the spinners later on, something that they would want to obviously capitalize on.
So definitely something, looking at that wicket there, Rafiq, can clearly see the foot marks as the umpire is actually cleaning up a bit there, the foot mark. So might have got something right here, the Knights, for late in this innings.
Yeah, and if you look at almost from this end, it does look slightly more bare where the umpire, the end from where the umpire is standing at the moment. So you might see the spinners. Good shot there by Jacques Snyman. Down the ground for 4. So just a bit of an over where Van Rensburg, we've complimented him, and just an over where he's lost his way a bit. 1 too short that got pulled for 4, and this time around over pitching and Snyman onto that, driving it for another boundary.
No shot of the day so far from Jock Snyman. It's not been easy playing it straight with the ball on the up. Oh, this one worked nicely down deep square leg. And I wanted to comment, they took out mid wicket, they put mid on much squarer. So took out the protection on the square side, which was interesting, knowing that Van Rensburg's bringing it back into the right-hander, seeing the very disciplined line he's been bowling, that fourth stump, third off stump line.
And a change in the field again to Dali. He's got his fine leg back in. Off the pad, another appeal. But again, that would have gone down the leg side as well, as the umpire signals leg buys. So good over there for the Knights. The end of the 7th, 27 without loss. I suppose if you look at the wicket, and like I said earlier on, towards the Willows end, just looks a bit devoid of grass. This looks like it's an area that the spinners could be targeting, and so we might just see a lot of spin from the Loch Logan end. Prinsloo to continue. Your thoughts on how the wicket is played this morning, Justin?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's been a good wicket. Ball's coming onto the bat, I think. As you can see, the fields are quite square. Point is square, you get your cover a little bit square. There's a big gap in that extra cover region.
Again, a quick single there from Dali, keeping the scoreboard ticking. So have a look again at Prinsloo, just the inside part of the bat, and a quick single, Dali making his ground. The Knights off to a decent start here, looking to lay a platform from which some of their batters can then come in and hopefully help themselves to get to a big total.
Yeah, just to the topic that you guys discussed earlier about Gian Kluter. He used the crease very well up front, unsettling the bowler's line in length. I think Jock Snyman tried it once, got beaten on the inside half of his bat. But I think that's why Gian is so successful. He's not just standing still at the crease, making use of the crease, getting outside the crease, stepping away, giving yourself some room. A conservative start here for the Knights.
Speaking about using their feet, this time around Snyman does, not timing it that well, should get 3 for it. Yeah, and spot on. I think it's been the trademark of Gian Kluter's batting this season, looking to unsettle the bowlers, either using the crease or using his feet to create that length for him. And Snyman has tried to do the same, maybe feeling that he needed to create the length for himself, and also maybe trying to create some pace onto it for him.
Yeah, Jock Snyman not timing the ball well this morning.
Dali plays that past that backward point fielder, gets half a hand on it, just for one. As we see Tsepo and Dali cleaning up, on that third man, from that third man position. Dali, former Knights player himself, experienced off spinner. I think he'll be somebody that'll be a big factor in this match as well, Tsepo and Dali.
Yeah, he's been instrumental for the Northern Cape Heat.
Maree Mokwani, the other spinner for the Northern Cape Heat, left arm spinner. And that's the end of the 8th over. 33 without loss. Small little crowd in here today coming to watch the Knights. And we saw the 4-day match between these two teams where the Knights, we've commented on them, top in all the competitions, and the Northern Cape Heat finding themselves at the bottom. But the 4-day game, the Northern Cape Heat had the Knights in all sorts of trouble. Actually turned out to be a match where the Northern Cape Heat eventually hung on just to see it get to a draw. But they had the Knights in all sorts of trouble in that 4-day game.
Yeah, deep square out. Third man on the offside.
It's been a decent start for the Northern Cape Heat with the ball as well. We did say that previous over that Van Rensburg got it slightly wrong with his line and length initially, and then bowling that fuller delivery to Jacques Snyman, got into position early and dispatched it for 4. Interesting to see whether this will be his last over in his first spell, and what the bowling changes will be. Like I said, to a left arm spinner and an off spinner in this team for the Northern Cape Heat. We should see them into the attack soon. Just the one for Jacques Snyman. And we saw those slips. 2 slips initially. And for Snyman, those slips have moved out. But to Dali, we see at least one of those slips getting back into the game. Ronan Herman, the captain, positioning himself in that first slip position. Driven. Good shot there from Dali. Should run away for 4. And it does.
Yeah, very good shot there from Isaac. Nice square drive.
Just a bit of width offered there. And Dali helps himself to a boundary. His score moves on to 13. Snyman's on 21. His partnership 38. Good one for the Knights.
Yeah, from there, but too full on that occasion. Width on offer.
LBW appeal. That was a close one. The umpire signals leg buys. It's going to be interesting to see. Looked full enough. Having a look at that again. Or maybe just missing that leg stump. But a good shot nonetheless from Benjamin van Rensburg.
I think height is also a question. There's a lot of bounce in this wicket. We saw one from Jacques Snyman earlier, hitting his thigh pad. Also a LBW appeal.
Again, you see to Snyman that first slip moves into that mid-wicket position. Quick single again. Dali. Quick between the wickets.
Yeah, just from an awareness point of view, you want the Knights just to be a little bit more aware. All the fielders are close into the wicket. The discussion was that point. So close to the wicket. All these fielders 10 meters from the inner ring, saving that one. Inside half of the bat, no run.
That's the end of the 9th. 40 without loss. And Knights this stage going at 4.4 to the over.
Yeah, it was a very good start here from the Northern Cape Heat. But just the momentum shift after the 7th over, after those two boundaries from Jacques Snyman.
Are we going to see a change in the bowling attack? Morne Venter takes over from Charles Prinsloo from the Loch Logan end.
Yeah, Venter bowling with a deep square and a third man out. So point cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket and a short fine leg in the ring. No slips in place.
Gets a bit of shape away from Jacques Snyman, who plays that one into the covers.
Yeah, Jacques Snyman not timing the ball as well as he wanted to. I think Venter got away with that one. Width on offer, ball shaping away from the right hander, but straight to cover for no run.
Morne Venter born in Polokwane.
Yeah, quick single there from Jacques Snyman, just pushing it to the left of mid on for a single.
Venter also 28 years old. Only played the 17 List A matches so far. He's picked up 21 wickets. Uppish.
Yeah, good shot there from Dikale. Slightly uppish past mid wicket, just for one, to deep square. Jacques Snyman back on strike. Venter to Snyman. Uppish again through that extra cover area. Fielder cutting it off to 2 runs. Now once again, not good timing there from Jacques Snyman. Good placement of the ball just between that extra cover and cover fielder, just for 2 runs. Four runs coming from this over so far. 2 balls to go. Driven straight to mid off for no run. Yeah, Jacques Snyman is very upright when he plays the shot. I think that will influence his timing.
I was actually just thinking about the same thing, because we did see throughout the season that he hasn't timed the ball as well as we know he can. And just looking at from a technical point of view, like you've mentioned, maybe can get into better positions, getting closer to the ball. But that's the end of the 10th over. 45 without loss. A good start here by the Knights between these two batters, Dikali and Snyman.
Yeah, in his previous shot there was a little bit more control, a little bit more weight transfer on that front foot. Good balance.
Umpire signals start of the second power play. Northern Cape Heat allowed 4 players outside the circle for this phase of the game.
As we'll see a bowling change, Romano to Blanche coming from the Willows end. Another left arm seamer.
So he's going to have a third man, a fine leg, deep, square, and a sweeper on the offside. So expecting him to bowl more or less that back of a length area. Said earlier on, he's somebody that usually gets the ball to go across the right-hander, and he's also been very good for this Northern Cape Heat side this season. Always contributes with bat and ball.
Yeah, good start there from the Blanche. Slightly back of a length. Ball is straight to mid on for no run.
Romano has come through the Free State pipeline from under 11 throughout his school career. Driven. Exactly what we said. The area that you do not want to be in is too full with this field. And he's offered Jacques Snyman a proper half volley. He's helped himself to another boundary. One short of a 50 partnership between these two batters.
Yeah, much better timing there from Jacques Snyman. Just waiting for the ball to come to him. Weight transfer on that front foot. Beautifully played.
Pulled away for 6. That's a big maximum from Snyman. Overcompensating. Previous ball too full, this time around too short. And that is to the short boundary as well. Jacques Snyman gets into position early. And that's a maximum for Jacques Snyman. And a 50 partnership for the Knights. 55 of 64 balls. Snyman's got 36 of that and Dali 14. 4 boundaries, 1 maximum in this 50 partnership between these two batters.
Yeah, Snyman just finding his rhythm now. Good timing once again. Romano, good follow-up delivery, full and straight. I think he can afford to bring fine leg up. He's not that quick. Maybe push another field out on the boundary.
Yeah,
Jacques Snyman will target that mid-wicket area.
I agree with that, especially with the fact that he takes the ball across the right-handers. But he now changes angle of approach. He's coming around the wicket. One ball left in this Blanche over. You would love to finish strong here and just close this over out. Conceded the 2 boundaries in this over. Good end to the over from Blanche. 10 conceded. 11 overs gone, 55 without loss. Knights going at 5 and over at this stage. And at a healthy rate that you would think. And a good platform here for the Knights.
Yeah, once again a good partnership building here from Snyman and Dali. They had an 83-run partnership in the Garland Road Badgers fixture. For an opening stand of 83. And they're looking good to here today. 55 without loss after 11. Venter to continue from the Loch Logan end.
Venter's got, interestingly enough, he's got third man, fine leg, just the deep square, just the 3 fielders out. So 3 fielders out for Dali, but for Snyman, they do push out that sweeper to the offside. Obviously showing that they would love to keep Dali on strike. Maybe bowl a few dot balls to him. They're going to go through for a quick single again. Just a little bit of hesitation there. But they are going to get 2 for that. Ball's thrown to the keeper, who could not manage to gather that. So actually 2 from that little hesitant, what seemed like initial single, turns out into 2. Pulled away. Should only be 1. And it is only 1. Fielding done there by Tamsanka Kumalo. Finds himself playing his cricket in the Northern Cape area. KZN boy. He's also played under 19 cricket, I believe. For Dali for another single to Kumalo. Clearly for Dali, they've got the extra man in the circle. Snyman again looking to get a quick single, but good fielding in that mid-wicket position. Fine leg fielder. So although there was 2 fielders out to the leg side, Snyman finds the gap and gets another boundary.
A very good shot there from Snyman. Good timing on it. In the gap. For 4. It's just the line of their delivery. Just straight down leg side.
12 overs gone, 64 without loss. And we'll see the Blanche to continue from the Willows end.
Now the Northern Cape Heat searching for that first wicket.
Yeah, just straight this time around again as Dali tugs that away to the leg side for another single. big discussion there between the captain Herman and Romano Terblanche. And after that, they've decided to come around the wicket to Jacques Snyman. Driven, should run away for 4. Over pitched just too full from Romano Terblanche, and again Jacques Snyman too good to miss out.
Once again, good timing again. He's just finding his rhythm in the last 4 to 5 overs. Is Jacques Snyman. Better timing, and he's so strong in that mid-on to deep mid-wicket area. And both of them are up in the circle, and with the angle Terblanche is bowling, he will target that area surely.
Again, similar result. Jacques Snyman gets to his 50 with that boundary. And a well played and well deserved 50. It comes off 43 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. As you look at that wagon wheel, strong through the leg side, predominantly scoring that runs through the leg side. Pulled away, straight to that deep square leg fielder just for 1. Productive over here for Jacques Snyman and the Knights. Romano Terblanche at this stage just under the pump a bit, going for 20 so far in his 10 deliveries. He's tried to come around the wicket and maybe has not had the desired effect or result for him. Back over the wicket to Dali. Just too straight again. Umpire signals wide. I just feel with this field that he's got, his lengths have also been a bit of a concern. Just going too full at times.
Yeah, that's the pressure of having mid-on, mid-off up in the ring. Don't want to go too full.
That's a much better length. Kept out by Dali. Romano Terblanche, but junior high school boy. Out here in the Heidedal area in Bloemfontein. Proud.
Like we mentioned, Northern Cape Heat starting off very well. 16 runs in the first 6 overs. But after that, the momentum shift into the Knights' favour. 58 runs in the next 7 overs.
Yeah, and a change in bowling. Was expecting spin to get into the action, and that is Tsepo Ntuli. He's going to start his spell off from the Loch Logan end, bowling to that massive western boundary.
Yeah, the Northern Cape Heat normally turns to Tsepo Ntuli to get them a breakthrough. And he normally bowls slow through the air. Quite a clever bowler. Uses his pace very well. He's bowling with a sweeper out on the offside, deep point. Long on, deep mid wicket in a deep square leg. Short fine leg, mid wicket on the onside, and then a mid off extra cover and a backward point on the offside.
Yeah, standard off spinners field. And the captain, Ronan Herman, finding himself in that mid wicket position. Key position, especially with this off spinner bowling, because you'd expect a number of balls to go through that area. Again to the right of that mid wicket fielder for another single.
Another scampered single there from Snyman. Just to the left of mid off.
Yeah, the runs are coming fairly easily at the moment. You do not have that sense that, there's pressure being created or built up here. See another single there through the leg side.
Yeah, we're busy with the 14th over. And after 10 overs, the run rate was 4.4. The run rate at the moment 5.8. So like I mentioned, momentum shift after
Up in the air, just past that middle fielder. It's going to go for 4. But you did mention that shift in momentum, especially after a decent start, Justin, with the ball for the Northern Cape Heat. And that's the end of the 14th over. 83 without loss for the Knights.
once again a good partnership building here from Isaac Dali and Snyman. 83 run partnership in the previous fixture between these two. And at the moment they're at 83 without loss after 14 overs.
Yeah, good morning, Justin.
Good morning, John.
How quickly things turn around. This morning at the 6th and 7th over, we were looking at the innings and we were complimenting the Northern Cape Heat on their disciplined bowling. The Knights were restricted to 3 runs and over at some point. Currently back up to 5.9 runs and over. This partnership now with 83 runs. Snyman of 58. What a stalwart. And just get a sense of the Northern Cape Heat asking themselves what went wrong. The wicket didn't come, breakthrough didn't come, and at the moment, a couple of bowling changes, they need an answer.
Yeah, change of end here for Venter, bowling from the Willows end, replacing Terblanche. Yeah, I think a lack of consistency after that 6th over, the length, the lines, the Knights have capitalized on that.
Shows you the level of experience. Snyman out there, dug in, and as you said, it did feel as if they started searching for the wicket. They didn't stick to the process, trust the process, started bowling a bit fuller, and Snyman beautifully driving them down the ground on multiple occasions here. Running hard, looking for the second. Won't get there.
Yeah, and a difficult thing from a bowling point of view, the bowlers are not settling in. There's a lot of strike rotation happening between these two, finding the ones and the twos, and then getting the odd boundaries between those. So not a lot of dot balls, not a lot of pressure is being bowled here from the bowlers.
Tell you what, even though Snyman scores beautifully on 59 from 49 deliveries, scoring more than run a ball, Isaac de Gale has played a key role here this morning. In the absence of Gian Kluter, he's come in, he's taken on all the pressure, he's soaked it up, but he's gotten through it, and at the moment a partnership of 86 runs, very valuable for the Flexbrand Knights. Again, down the ground. This time it will be cut off by long on. But he's been striking it beautifully this morning, down the ground. And as we said, talking about the wicket, they're playing on the conditions. It's been a bit different than we used to here in Oval, but this wicket playing true is an indication of the ball going straight down the ground.
Yeah, there's a good pace and bounce in this wicket. The normal Mangaung oval wicket. And they haven't played on this strip for a while.
Oh, big appeal.
Appeal. Not given.
Tell you what, Jason, that looked close.
Just looking to go to square on that occasion. Just have a look. Well, the question will be, did he pitch in line?
Just another.
Is the impact in line?
Tell you what, where's ball tracker when we need it? That was a good
Could
shot.
have just hit him outside the line or on off stump. I don't think height is a question. It was quite full enough.
As we conclude the over, we would love to see that one more time, if it's possible. End of the 15th, 87 for no loss. Tell you what, that was the best shout so far, Justin.
A good over there from Venter. Just 4 runs coming from it. 87 for no loss after 15. Check on Tuli to continue from the Loch Logan end. Yeah, I think that was the closest shout in the morning.
So the Northern Cape Heat need a breakthrough. They need someone to raise their hand and get the job done for them. Because we know if Snyman hangs around, there's going to be some big trouble for them. He has scored massive tons in his career. He'll do that again here today if he's led to do it.
Yeah, I think that will be the key here for the Knights. Good platform has been set by these two. Both have got in on this wicket and they want to continue with that.
And it's a bit of an unsettling thing for a bowler when you see the likes of Snyman, when you realize his eye's in and he's striking the ball comfortably and he's hitting it all around the ground.
And another one too long on. And as I mentioned, the strike rotation between these two has been very, very good. They have faced a couple of dot balls, but after that there's singles, there's twos on offer, there's boundaries coming.
A bit of width. Isaac de Gale looking for a late cut shot. Missing out on it. This time he does get it, but it's a good stop by the big man Venter. Does conclude the over. End of the 16th, 90 for no loss. You just see a bit of the freedom now with the batsman. Isaac Dikhale looking to score a bit more square of the wicket, using his feet a bit more. What we've seen so far in this innings, he doesn't come that much forward, and he got trapped almost in the last over from Venter, not moving his feet well forward, but he does like moving backwards or square of the wicket. See some fielding changes. Long on going back. Sweeper has been brought up into the circle. Fine leg and third man. And deep mid wicket, or some very deep mid wicket, very square deep mid wicket.
Yeah, very good shot there from Snyman. Off the back foot. Pass extra cover for 4. Slightly too short from Venter. Back of a length delivery. A boundary of the first ball. Pressure back onto the bowler.
And my oh my, what a cricket shot. On the up. Stands and delivers. Beautiful drive between mid off and extra cover. So a thing of beauty that Flexbrands Knights have always possessed is a batsman who can strike cleanly. The likes of Snyman, Untitled, Riley Rousseau in the past. Looking for 2. Thumb ball in the outfield, they get there comfortably. Good running.
Yeah, and once again, from a bowling point of view, it's difficult to bowl to guys like that. You don't know where to bowl. You can go back of a length, they can hit you from that. You can go fuller and wider, they can hit you from that as well. And they're hitting it cleanly. Another good shot there from Snyman. He's found his rhythm and timing at the back end of this innings of 66. He struggled in the beginning to find his timing.
Can just imagine these Knights batsmen thinking, "Hello wicket, where have you been? We've been missing you." Getting some reliant bounce in what they know here at the Mangaung Oval.
Yeah, I think with the pace of Joe van Dijk, he will be licking his lips. Ball coming through to the keeper. Good bounce in the wicket. Because he bowls that back of a length.
Single off the last delivery of the 17th over, 97 for the loss of none. And at the moment it's just looking a bit easy out there for Snyman. And we will have our first drinks break here at the Mangaung Oval for this one-day fixture between the Flexbrands Knights and the Northern Cape Heat. News from the middle this morning: Flexbrands Knights winning the toss, Dane Pitt electing to bat first. And so far it's paid great dividends for them. 97 for the loss of none. It was a strong start from the Northern Cape Heat, disciplined bowling, restricting the Knights to 3 runs and over, which has been uncharacteristic like. But they've seen through the pressure, Isaac Dikhale and Snyman, and they've risen to the occasion. And they're batting currently at 5.7 runs to the over. So we're back off the drinks here at the Mangaung Oval. The off spinner Dali to continue from the Loch Logan end. Snyman on strike. Long on. Deep mid wicket. Deep square leg. And a sweeper on the offside.
Yeah, the Northern Cape Heat's still searching for that first wicket.
This one just a bit too straight, deep square leg, having to do a lot of work. And cut it off, they come back for 2. Score moves to 99.
Yeah, with Thuli bowling to the bigger side of the ground. I'd love to see him toss it up a bit more, but slower through the air. Ask Snyman to take on that boundary if he wants to.
And that's the 100 here for the Flexbrands Knights in the 18th over. The dugout applauding the men in the middle. 100-run partnership. It's come off 108 deliveries. They've really seen it through. A difficult period in the beginning, but at the moment batting quite comfortably out there.
Yeah, Snyman got 72 of those 100 partnership runs. Ikrale moves to 23.
I think this is an important point for our viewers and for young cricketers, is understanding your role. And I think Isaac de Gale understands his role and he's playing it beautifully. He's not a Gian Kluter who's going to strike the ball out of the ground, or Jock Snyman, but he plays that supportive role beautifully. Continual rotation of the strike.
Yeah, that's the end to the over. 5 runs coming from it. 102 without loss after 18. Yeah, I agree, John. And he's a good runner between the wickets as well.
That's the beauty. If you understand your batting lineup, not everyone just scoring simply runs, but who scores when. And I think the Flexbrands Knights have really got that well this past season, and it's shown, winning 2 of the competitions, looking for a treble here with the One Day Cup. The likes of young Ruben Maree and his role he's come and fulfilled in the side. Cole Abrams, Ron Harsbrook, Patrick Botha really batted well as a unit.
Yeah, Finters to continue from the Willows end. Starts off with a wide.
And something we've on occasion seen here in Division 2, which has been unfortunately rather disappointing, where batting units after a great start, thinking about the Nyati side that played here a couple of games ago, having a 100-run partnership, and after that losing 10 wickets for 80 runs.
Yeah, I think the advantage from a Knights point of view, they got such a lot of experienced players throughout their batting lineup, or the 11 they're playing on the day. Guys knowing what to do, when to do it.
Yes, and I think that clarity brings a lot of confidence into the side, and I think it also rubs off, thinking how young Ruben Maree, who's very new to this level of cricket, who saved them in the game against CSA emerging. I think that rubs off, understanding your role and doing exactly what is expected of you, not just simply scoring runs.
Yeah.
This morning, having a discussion with Mr. Pitzer, who's also here in the commentary box, who played along the likes of Boeta Dippenaar, and the role he played in the Proteas side at that time, very similar to what we're seeing here from Isaac de Gale. Not the greatest striker of the ball, but always there, always an anchor role for the players. Again, down the ground, long on will do well to cut it off. They're running hard for two, and Isaac de Gale will get there easily.
Yeah, Snyman looks to target that area again. He's been very good at that. Straight just past the bowler. Scored a number of runs hitting the ball straight. And as a coach, you want your players to hit the ball as straight as they can. And he's done that very, very well today.
Driven to the covers, good stop from Van Rensburg, diving to his left. They come through for a single. The ball coming on as beautifully as it is, Justin. What is your plan as the bowling unit? What do you do?
I think you need to find that length you want to bowl, because you can't set fields for both sides of the wicket. And I haven't seen one slow ball. I know it might be with the wicket is beating the outside edge for the first time in a couple of overs. But I think maybe try and change it up a bit. If you want to bowl short, make sure you do that for a short period of time. If it's not working, you need to adapt. And at the moment, like I said, nobody's bowling slower balls or trying something different. Because you don't want to be predictable as a bowler, just hitting your length. And if you're not as quick as the other guys like Jock Snyman will line you up. And he's been hitting the ball cleanly this morning.
I do agree with you. Change of pace. One thing we've learned being here in Bloemfontein, where the wicket does not turn much, you've got to play around with your pace variation.
And as I mentioned in the previous over, truly from the Loch Logan end, bowling to the bigger side of the ground. Maybe just want to bowl it slightly slower through the end, inviting Jock Snyman to take on that big boundary. At the moment he's bowling it too quickly. As that Jock Snyman gets another single just past mid-wicket.
A quick single taken. Oh, direct hit, and there might have been questions, but quickly called from Isaac de Gale. Coming down the wicket, striking cleanly to mid-off. Took the option and he's rotated the strike.
Yeah, I think it's a good single in the end, with mid-off doing the long barrier. If he was attacking that ball, it would have been a different discussion.
Thinking about Cole Abrams, who's run himself out twice here in the Mangaung Oval recently. This is struck firmly down the ground, beats mid-off. Long on won't cover that, and that's a boundary again for Jock Snyman.
Yeah, very good shot there from Snyman. Get his left foot out of the way, give himself some room. And a strong hit past the bowler down to ground for 4.
Oh, bowled him! Bowled him! Against the run of play, final delivery of the over. Tsepo Ntuli gets through the gate of Jock Snyman, who's looking to play it onto the onside. Working that ball as he has through his innings. And it's gone through the gate and has been bowled. He has to depart for 82 runs off 71 deliveries, 9 fours and a 6. Striking comfortably at more than run a ball. And what a mighty big wicket this is for the Northern Cape Heat, who've been searching for it.
Yeah, just the lack of foot movement there from Jock Snyman. Getting stuck at the crease there.
As he bitterly leaves the field, he knew he could have got a big century here, but as we look at it again, as Justin mentioned, no foot movement. Just trying to work that onto the onside and goes through the gate.
And he just looks off balance in that frame there. Jock Snyman, feet close together, just off balance. And that's the breakthrough for the Northern Cape Heat. By Tsepo Ntuli, 115 for 1 after 20 overs. Ruben Maree comes to the crease, joining Isaac Tichale.
So young Ruben Maree, great college boy, comes from a lineage of cricket. Older brothers, he's also gone before him. Coach Gerard Maree, big coach here in the Free State, also one of my coaches back in the day, known for temperament, and you can see it here in Ruben Maree. He's come in to this Flexbrand night side scoring a century on debut. His father's sitting just underneath the scoreboard, just to our left. So you do see a fielding change now. To Branch back into the attack after being costly in his first 2 overs, going for 21 runs. He's being introduced back into the attack here from the Willows end. So Justin, how does we spoke about the roles of the batsmen. In this case, Ruben Maree, Isaac Tichale, both of them not the most aggressive of batsmen, more tempered, conservative, always looking in good positions. This one struck just behind backward point. Third man having to do a lot of work. They'll come back for 2. Looking at Isaac Tichale scoring at 50% strike rate.
Yeah, I think the first thing is just to rebuild on a good partnership again, set the foundation for the second wicket partnership.
Families coming on.
And Ruben Maree, just to get himself in, give himself some time.
Oh, quick running. Getting back for 2. That's one thing these two have, is some pace in those legs.
And I think just by running like that between the wickets, making sure you turn the 1s into 2s. Normally you don't just need boundaries to put teams under pressure. You're playing in one of the biggest fields in the country, so there's a lot of 2s and 3s on offer. The boundaries will come eventually. I think so, with 30 overs to go in the game, these two just setting another platform for the second wicket partnership.
Yeah, the Northern Cape Heat Players encouraging their bowler to branch, trying to pick up the momentum.
I think the Northern Cape Heat will see this opportunity just to build pressure again. Make sure they bowl to the new batsmen as much as they can. Bowling dot balls. Creating that pressure for a second wicket.
So that concludes the 21st over, 119 for 1. What the,
Get back into the
what the Northern Cape Heat would be wanting is what we've been seeing here, wickets in cluster at the Mangaung Oval, as I'm joined in commentary by Mr. Pizzo.
Good morning, John. Pretty
Pizzo.
good day for the game of cricket.
Yeah, we were out there this morning just having a look at the wicket, and we said it's going to play more like a Mangaung wicket as we know, as what you've played on, and so far it shows to be exactly that.
It's been amazing. A bit of a slow start for the Flexbrands Knights. It's one deep cover.
Maree getting off strike first delivery.
It's been a bit slow start for the Knights today. I mean,
But the beauty of the Knights side, and what we were talking about, is they always have this grit in always getting back into it somehow, and they've really done that this morning. Jock Snyman.
I would suggest that when they work in their partnerships, especially during the practices, is to pair their strong batsmen with their just slow batsmen, like you were saying earlier. When we go back a bit, remembering Buddha Deepana, he was one of the guys who wasn't batting that quick, but he was a good batsman to rotate the strike, so that the guy who can play can be able to play. That's what Isaac Dikhale has done today. Now the dot ball.
Very tidy over from Tuli. Now the nice thing for him is that Rupert Maree is a left-handed batsman, and you could immediately see he brought slip into the play with him turning the ball away. Now, as we said, Mangaung Oval, not a lot of turn always on offer, but it's just allowed him to get, he's got his tail up, he's got the wicket of Jark Snyman, the necessary wicket, very steady over from him. So we're going into a period of play at the moment where the Northern Cape Heat do feel they've got their tails up, they do sense a bit of blood in the water, would love to capitalise on it. But as Pizzo just said, Isaac Dikhale and Ruben Maree, more conservative players, love their structure in the game. They protect their wicket, they value their wicket, and great runners and rotator of the strike.
I think that's going to be the most important part now, because now Isaac knows that I cannot hit boundaries as much as I want to, but at least I can play ones and twos in the gaps. So that will be the role that he's playing now. Hey, the dull boy, back into action. Romano, Terra Blanche. Had a pleasure to play with him. the drive to deep square again by Isaac de Khale for one.
The ball is coming beautifully onto the bat here at the Mangaung Oval, where we have mentioned that in the last couple of games it's been a bit weird in a sense. The ball's been turning, which we're not used to here in Bloemfontein. It's been a bit unorthodox, and the scores reflect lower scores than we're used to here at the Mangaung Oval. But today we're playing on the far right strip. Just seeing now Ruben Maree to face for the first time to Blanche. Sweeper has been brought up on the offside. Third man, fine leg, deep square. Oh, it's full. Testing him early.
I think Romano, why is he bowling there is because of his bowling wicket to wicket, so he's trying to get as much LBW as he could. You play, you miss, and I hit. I think that would be his strategy. Again, a bit full on the leg side.
I love that. So a bit of a misfield at deep square, and Isaac de Khale is staring him down, itching to steal that second run.
He loves to run, doesn't he? He loves to run, doesn't he?
Shorter stuff. Got on top of it just enough. Get through for the single. What's also nice about this Flexbrands Knights lineup is they've got a lot of left-handers, and you get this really nice thing in the middle where you've got the left-hand, right-hand combination. It's really working well. Field constantly on the move as they continue to rotate the strike.
And that's not what the bowler wants. That one shipped away from Ruben. That was the last ball. Of the 23rd over. The second spell of Romano Terreblanche has been better than the first spell. I think he came back pretty much better, well prepared. I mean, he played here before. He should know.
Yeah, only conceding 7 runs in that last 2 overs compared to the 21 runs he conceded in his first 2. So much better from him. Sepontuli to continue from the Loch Logan end. He's bowled 5 overs, 25 runs, but importantly that big wicket of Jock Snyman.
Isaac playing against spin. One to the deep mid, to the deep square. That wicket would give Tsepo Ntuli a big confidence.
And he's bowling with confidence at the moment, and he'll be eager to bowl at Ruben Maree, trying to take the ball away from him, slip back in play. This one. Aerial for just a moment as it went down to sweeper. Didn't get the cleanest of timing, and that's what Ntuli would want.
I think as Justin said earlier, he was bowling a bit quicker. Now he's bowling a bit slower. That's make it more difficult for the batsman to play.
Just shows you the variety of pace and how it can influence the game. Just making it a bit slower just brings so much more elements into it. This one's wide. Bit of a missed opportunity there for Isaac Dali.
That's what we discussed this morning, John, remember? Variety of pace, if the ball doesn't turn.
This one a bit faster. Ruben Maree calling it early. Getting on the other side. It's a productive over. 3 runs from it. End of the 24th. 127 for 1.
The Flexbrands has played very well to be at this stage now.
And we have some viewers here this morning enjoying the grass embankments and the shade. It's a beautiful Sunday here in Bloemfontein. Not a breeze in the wind. Partial cloud cover. Beautiful day for cricket.
Today's not hot as usual in Bloemfontein.
No, it's not. It was rather chilly last evening. A lot of discussions just out of your screen here with Romano to Blanche with what to do. Is that Ntuli that's with him?
Yes, that's Dali.
Giving him the secrets to the wicket. Hopefully.
Hopefully. And the captain, Herman, Ronan Herman, discussing the plan forward.
Pitched up. Shy. Oh. Isaac Dali loves to take the quick runs. As we said, these two are mighty quick between the wickets.
I think they're looking to get as much singles as possible, still in the twos, wherever is possible also.
And again, a deliberation. Oh, this time going over the bat bowler's head. Ntuli doing the fielding, won't get there. Will come back for 3. So Ruben Maree for the first time taking on the bowler.
Romano Blanche still bowling it fuller.
Driven beautifully, beats cover. Sweeper won't cut this off. Isaac Dali picks up a beautiful boundary. He's been driving well today, and this one he got all of it.
That's a great cover shot there for 4 runs.
So clearly an instruction to bowl it fuller, Pitso.
I think the idea would be, John, bowl it fuller, he missed it, you get LBW.
But with the way the ball's coming on, and what we saw Snyman do with a fuller pitch delivery, I'm just wondering if they're not missing something here at the moment. 8 runs so far from this over. Oh, this time does find the outside edge. It beats the keeper. Third man has to come around, but won't cut it off. It's another boundary to Isaac Dali and the Flexbrand Knights. They move to 139, and this over, all of a sudden, 12 runs so far from it in 4 deliveries.
Kyle played it clever, they're just dropping their heads on that ball and getting it through the slip area for 4. Romano Untitled Blanche around the wicket again.
I think they're just missing the trick here at the moment. As we said, Bloemfontein is known for the ball coming on beautifully, allowing you to hit straight, allowing you to drive, to play your shots. And they're trying to bowl it fuller at the moment, and it's simply not working. Oh, running two. Excellently ran by Isaac de Gale and Ruben Maree. They called it early. And an expensive over comes to an end. 14 runs from it. 141 for 1. There. Flexbrand Knights. Flexbrand, proud partner of the Knights. Together we rise here at the Mangaung Oval.
Just as we said, John, Romano Untitled Blanche had a better second spell, and he loses it again in the third over of that second spell, going for 14 runs in that over.
It's not what you want to see, is it, Pizza? You're a veteran, you're turning to them. And I want to go back to what was working for them in the beginning of this innings. Ben Janssen van Rensburg, apologies, bowling it at a good length, bit of a back of a length that just caused a bit of discomfort, just staying in that channel. But since then they've tried to go fuller. It's not worked.
I think the problem has been that you try a bit of lot of things. Let's see if you bowl full, if he's going to play and miss. Well, Isaac played a bit of those shots where he tried to play on the leg side, but obviously the ball was not on the line to be given out. But you cannot go back there because it's not working again. Nonela Ika is coming in.
Off spin introduced.
Nonela Ika, off spinner from the Northern Cape Heats.
Replacing Tsepo Nsuli, who bowled well here for them. 6 overs, 28 runs, 1 wicket, the big wicket of Snyman. And that's the first real sweep shot we've seen today. Isaac de Gale,
Yes.
striking it beautifully.
Do you think this is a tactical change, John? Because Tsepo was bowling pretty well.
Oh, going over mid-on. Ruben Maree. It was Foster. He picked it up. Couple of bounces and that's a boundary. And I was just about to say, Justin also touched on it, the pace in which the spinners need to bowl. As you see, bowling a bit faster. It was full, it was overpitched. I was there for the pickings. Rotating the strike again. So the pace variation being a big topic here so far this innings. Oh my goodness, they just can't get the dot balls at the moment.
What's going to happen now, John, is that if you're a spin bowler in this wicket and you bowl it faster, it's not going to turn it on. Like Justin was saying, like you just said, it's going to be one of these balls.
Running hard towards the super fielder. Misfield through the legs. Oh no, and it's gone for a boundary instead. It's going from bad to worse here quickly for the Northern Cape Heat. As that goes for a boundary, concludes the over. 12 runs from it. Expensive. And it also takes the Flexbrand Knights to 153. It's come quickly for them. 160 deliveries. Almost run a ball. Only losing the 1 wicket. 15 fours and the 1 6. And they are cruising here. They've just crossed over the halfway mark in this innings. And at this moment, scoring at 6 runs and over. They are well on their way to 300.
Ruben decided that he's going to take on the bowlers. And Isaac still going to play that supporting role.
And it has to be said, they have picked the balls to go for the shots. Just thinking of that last over. Bowling a bit fuller. Ruben Maree was over pitch, hitting it over mid-on. He's playing with a lot of confidence, this young man. Why shouldn't he? The platform's been set. He's scored a bit of runs in the previous couple of games. Fuller again, driven to sweeper.
Rotation of strike between left and right hand batsmen, very important at this stage. Five-4 field to the left-hander.
Oh goodness. Another quick single stolen here by Ruben Maree. A ball that had dot written all over it. They just keep rotating the strike. Just keep that run rate climbing. And this partnership now quickly has moved to 40 runs. And the first dot ball in what has felt like an eternity. It's been great stuff here on the Flexbrands Knights. I like this line and length a bit more from Romano to Blanche. A bit more back of a length. They've been bowling a bit fuller with not much success.
Yes, I mean, with his experience, Romano should be able to say that the line I'm bowling now is much better than before. And Isaac, equal to the task. He's playing very good cricket today, Dali. Dot ball again. Fielders and the keeper encouraging Romano to a blanche. Backing him up. That one brings Ruben Maree to strike. Fine leg is coming up to the circle.
You can just see with that shot the size of this ground here at the Mangaung Oval. That single does conclude the over. Four runs from it. End of the 27th, 157 for the loss of 1. There you can see just the size again of this ground. It's always a ground that's very interesting to see how teams set their fields. You regularly see deep mid wickets, deep square legs, coming in 5, 10, 15 meters into from the ring, especially on the wrong boundary side, just to try cut off that second run. It's very easy to score a second run here at the Mangaung Oval. A lot of deep pockets, something that you always have to consider as the bowling side, the skipper, wicket keeper, trying to get all the angles in. And this moment, Flexbrand Knights really optimizing that, scoring as many singles as possible and turning them into doubles.
And then Oderele Modimokwane coming into bowl.
So Yeka's bowling, conceding 12 runs, immediately bowling change from the skipper. Oh, almost chopping it on there with Maree. Big inside edge. Modimakwani, left arm orthodox, something Pizza and I know much about.
I would love to see him come over the weekend.
And it already begins. Oh, much faster through the air. So now judgmental caps come on. It's two left arm orthodoxes. What would we do in this situation? One wicket only down, scoring at almost 6 runs to the over. Batsmen are rotating the strike easily. Pizzo, what is the play?
Well, you won't worry about Isaac that much because the ball is turning away from him.
Oh, Pizzo, he is on 49. This one's cut, stopped at backward point.
Why am I saying that? Is because he will play with spin on 49, and he's one of the batsmen that you just want to keep there because he's not a big hitter of the ball. It's another dot ball.
Kwane bowling the fastest we've seen from the spinners so far. Really darting it in. It's wide, it's driven to sweeper, and that will bring up Isaac de Gale's well-deserved 50. He's come back into the side replacing Gian Klutter. He scored it off 7 deliveries, 42 dots and 4 fours. And he's really made an impact here. We've said the absence of Gian Klutter will be big for the Flexbrand Knights. Obviously opening the batting and doing the keeping work. Well, Isaac de Gale is stepping up with a bat here. It's the end of the 28th over. 159 runs on the board. And with that, we will have a double change in commentary.
So another good partnership here for the Knights, worth 44 at the moment, and like John has said, a well-deserved half-century for Isaac de Gale. Romano to Blanche to continue from the Willow's End. Got to commend the running between the wickets, between these two especially. Justin said at the beginning of start of play how important that was going to be.
Yeah, I think that's the highlight of the second wicket partnership here. Partnership of 46. The running between the wicket has been exceptional. Good communication. Good loud calling as well.
what has especially been impressive for me, and we know how well Jacques Snyman played for his 82, is that when Jacques Snyman was dismissed, the run rate was at 5.7. And at the moment, that run rate is still at 5.7 without these players have actually taken too much risk. So they've kept the momentum up for the Knights, and they look set to get the Knights to a decent total here.
Yeah, and I also think that Maree took all the pressure off Dali, going at 19 of 20 balls.
And that was good for me, Justin, because if there's maybe a criticism of Ruben Maree, it is that he sometimes uses up balls. We know that he can bat for long periods and he's got a good head on his shoulders. And he's come in here today and he's actually added value to this whole partnership and just gave the Knights good impetus and good momentum by batting at least a runner ball. This is good cricket from the Knights. You know, getting that run rate up there and keeping it up at just below 6 and actually not taking any risks at the moment the way these two have been playing.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, you don't need to look for those boundaries. It's a big field. There's a lot of 2s and 3s on offer.
Getting away with that one, Romano Terblanche. Looked like the slower ball, but with that fine leg up in the ring, at lines will be important for Romano Terblanche. As we see the 50 partnership up for the Knights, 37 minutes or 54 balls, so it's coming at more or less a runner ball. Maria's got 20 of that, and Dali has got 30. Excellent partnership here between these two.
Yeah, very good partnership, as you mentioned. $165 for one after 29 overs.
So change in bowling again from the Loch Logan end. Morne Venter will be bowling from that end. I think it's going to be almost his third spell. He started off there and then he had a change of ends to the Willows end, and he's going to continue from the Loch Logan end. His first 5 overs costing him and his side 31 runs. Just looking at this field again, fine leg, third man, deep square, sweeper out. The lengths are going to be crucial here. Just to the right of that sweeper on the offside, should be coming back for 2, and they do.
Just in the last couple of overs, the fielding of the Northern Cape Heat is letting them down. A lot of fumbles, misfields. And the guys on the boundaries not cutting the angles off. They're running around the ball, so there's always 2 on offer.
I just get the feeling that throughout this bowling innings from the Northern Cape, you never got the sense of them creating any pressure. And it shows on the scoreboard, 167 for 1. Knights batting at a healthy rate here. Over the top. Excellent shot from Ruben Maree. It's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, I like the intent that Maree has come out to bat.
Oh, top shot over extra cover. Width and full length. And with this field, it's not great execution to the plans that we are seeing out here at the moment.
Yeah, I think this has been the standard field for every bowler that's come on to bowl. There's been a couple of changes here and there.
Again, finds the gap. It's going to run away for another boundary. So an excellent over here for the Knights.
Yeah, another good shot there from Maree. Once again, the length is too full. With mid on, mid off, up in the ring. As we see a change in the field now. Finally coming back into the circle. Long off, out on the boundary.
Yeah, I think this may be a better field, especially if you look at Morne Venter, maybe just lacking a bit of pace. He's not going to bowl that hard lengths. And he's given himself some protection out there. Smart cricket here from Ruben Maree. Long off out, and he plays the ball into that area for an easy single. That's the end of the 30th over. 176 for 1. So that over from Venter going for 11. So he's 6 overs for 42 at the moment. And Romano Terblanche has also had an off day. Yika has gone for 12 in his solitary over. A lot will be expected from Tsepo Ntuli. And the man operating at the moment from the Willows End, Modi Mokwani. 2 spinners will have to do a job here for the Northern Cape Heat side to make sure that they actually get a total that they can chase down.
Yeah, Modi Mokwani was quite quick through the air in his previous over. Started off from the Loch Logan end. And he's bowling from the Willows end now.
Modi Mokwani played some cricket in the KZN area for the Dolphins, but a product of the Northwest Pipeline.
He's bowling with a deep square, deep mid wicket, long on out on the onside and a sweep out on the offside. Gives himself some room. Is Maree cut past point just for 2.
Maree just waiting a little bit longer for that to play that ball behind square. Otherwise there is protection out there for Modi Mokwani. But that sweeper fielder had to run 10 to 15 meters to his right, and that helped Maree to get back for the second. This leg side boundary for the left-hander at the moment, the long boundary, and we do see the fielders on the leg side, especially long on and deep mid wicket, were about 15 to 20 meters in from the boundary. Change in the field to the right-handed Isaac Dikali. Deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, and a sweeper out for him. Ghali looking to sweep hard, not making the best of contacts, not timing it well, but gets a single for that. You can see the intent in looking to take on this left arm spinner to that short boundary.
Now that's the first dot ball in this over. Once again firing it into the batsman. Quite quick through the air.
Oh, missed out there, Ruben Maree. Quicker one in that line. If you didn't get any bat on that, it would have been a wide, but also the option of getting it past that short fine leg for 4. Played it straight to that short fine leg fielder.
Oh, that's the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it. 181 for 1 after 31. Partnership of 66 between Ghali and Ruben Maree.
And again, complimented him earlier on. Maree batting at a strike rate of almost 120 at the moment. And that allows Isaac Ghali to just look to bat through the innings and anchor the innings. He's going at a strike rate of 67 at the moment, 55 of 82 balls. But the way Maree has played has allowed him to play the way that he is. So they've complemented each other well here.
Tsepo and Thuli comes into the attack again from the Loch Logan end. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 28. He's got the big wicket of Snyman. The Northern Cape Heat will look to him again to get another breakthrough in this partnership.
Yeah, big pockets on this field. Lots of 1s and 2s on offer. And the Knights are playing this middle phase well at the moment. A lot of batting still to come. And with wickets in hand, you are almost thinking that the Knights should be getting past the 300 mark here today.
Yeah, once again the platform is set for that to launch at the end with the wickets in hand. Only 1 wicket down so far.
Yeah, and Thuli maybe looking to stay away from the stumps to Maree. Still look to target that off stump though. Ghali goes big, over, mid off. It's just going to plug and they're going to come back for 2.
And it's a better speed through the air from Thuli. He's floated up the level, slower through the air. A bit quicker on that occasion. Gets them 1.
Seems like Tsepo and Thuli could have done himself a bit of harm there. Does seem to be in a lot of discomfort. And Northern Cape Heat would be hoping that this is not too serious. But there's a lot of concern out there for Tsepo and Thuli at the moment. As he was looking to stop that ball going down to mid-on, he looks to have injured himself. Physio is out there. Not a good sight, this, for the Northern Cape Heat. Umpire Bongani Jele. Give him a bit of a pat on the back.
Yeah, I think that will be drinks. The team will take drinks.
So at drinks, 187 for 1. The Knights are looking to be in a dominant and strong position here. Out in the middle, this partnership now 72, Dikali on 60, and Ruben Maree on 37 has played absolutely superbly since he's come in. Batting at a healthy strike rate, and these two batters complementing each other well. Players are back on after the drinks break. 18 overs to go in this night's innings. And if you go at about 7s from here on in, Justin, which they should be at least 56 plus. Should be going at about 120, 130 from here on in. That gets them past that 300 mark easily. So predicting that the Knights will be looking at something past the 320.
Yeah, I think with the batting to come, they can achieve that easily. But they want this partnership to grow further into this game, just to set another platform here in the last power play.
And just to report back, I think Ntuli, although he seems in a bit of discomfort, he has continued to play. You can see him lifting up his right arm. It seemed like he just fell on that right shoulder, and hopefully he's going to be able to continue to bowl. The Knights continuing where they left off. Easy 1s and 2s, running well between the wicket, rotating the strike. As we see Muli Mokwani coming around the wicket to the left-handed Maree.
Another one too long on. Well played there by Ruben Maree.
That's the end of the 33rd over, 190 for one, and both batters quite settled at the moment. I've been very impressed with Dali as well, Justin. Every time that he's come into the side, he's played his part, and he's done well again here today on 62 not out.
Yeah, he's played a very good innings. Playing that supportive role to Snyman. Got off to a slowish start, but he's picked his strike rate up a bit. He's at 62 of 88 balls. Ruben Maree on the runner ball, 38 of 38 balls.
Ntuli is fit to continue. He's got 3 overs left. You would expect him to bowl and finish his 10 overs from that Loch Logan end. You can see him holding on to that right shoulder, still feeling a bit of discomfort. Not 100% at the moment, Tsepo Ntuli. Should come back for the second, and they do. Dali and Maree have run well between the wickets, and I think that is going to be the end of Tsepo Ntuli. He's not a happy chappy. He's going to leave the field, and with the Knights or the Heat bowlers under pressure at the moment, that's a big blow for the Northern Cape Heat.
Yeah, Tsepo Ntuli, one of the experienced players in this team. He has to leave the field.
Just trying to see who's going to complete that over from Ntuli from the Loch Logan end. Yeah, unfortunate for Tsepo Ntuli. We hope that he's going to be okay. The off spin of Tamsanka or Yika, Nonlela Yika, is going to finish the over. His first over went for 12, and
once again, a good shot there from Ruben Maree. Gets one down too long off. Used to just finding their feet after the drinks break again. Building on that partnership.
again, little Maria wants to come for that Single to the danger end, but Dali sends him back. It has been a feature of the night's game where we saw some soft runouts in the last match here. And Dali this time around making sure that that doesn't happen. Another single to the leg side for Isaac Dali.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it. 195 for 1 after 34.
You do get to a stage where you ask yourself if Cole Abrams will be coming in next, or if the Knights will think about maybe sending a Haasbroek or Botha in with only 16 overs to go. Although Cole Abrams, we've also seen, he can also get on with things. But this left-right hand combinations have been working well for the Knights, so you might just see if a Ruben Maree loses his wicket, maybe Patrick Botha coming in.
Yeah, I agree with you, Af. It's worked well for the Knights thus far. It's a good shot there, down too long off for 1. And I think you would want a guy like Haasbroek there at the end. Can take the game away from any team.
Over the top.
That's a very good shot. Over extra cover. 1 bounce 4. That's a very, very good shot there from Ruben Maree.
That's the 200 up for the Knights. Comes off 210 balls, 18 fours and 1 6. So Maree not going to allow Mori Mokwani to settle. Good cricket, yeah.
And that's been the most impressive thing about the Knights innings today. Once they hit the boundary, they get off strike the next ball. So good cricket from the Knights. Oh, past that extra cover fielder in the gap. Might be 3. Very good running there. 3 runs coming from that ball. Once again, good running between Maree and Dali. Yeah, that's the end of the over. 9 runs coming from it. 204 for 1 after 35. And as we see another bowling change from the Loch Logan end. Benjamin van Rensburg. His first spell he bowled from the Willows end. Comes in for his second spell from the Loch Logan end.
Yeah, a few spectators out here today. Beautiful weather for cricket. And the Knights going at a good click here at the moment. 5.8 to the over. And this partnership now worth 89 as we see a bowling change from the Loch Logan end. Benjamin van Rensburg to continue. Third man, fine leg, deep square and a sweeper out. Again, we are looking at the links. It's going to be important that he hits the deck here. Looking at those hard links that he's looking to bowl.
Yeah, and I think the problem with this field, as we saw earlier, the bowlers normally go fuller. And as you see there, another full delivery with mid on mid off up in the ring. This has been a standard field for Northern Cape Heat throughout this innings.
"15 overs to go." Spoke about a possible total here, and the Knights should easily, but we've seen funnier things happen in this game, but they should get easily past that 300 mark. It's just a matter of, is it 320 plus or 330 plus at this stage for me. Good running again between the wicket. Saw at the start of the match those inner ring fielders getting very close to the bat, and as the match has progressed, basically just almost sitting back on their heels, and the Knights have taken advantage of that.
Yeah, this is a difficult period here for the Northern Cape Heat. Both of these batsmen are set, and they will need another wicket just to break this partnership, which is on 91 between Maree and Dali.
Played down to third man for another single. Good feature for the Knights, the rotation of the strike and running between the wickets since the start this morning. And we did say how important it is at especially this venue. There's massive pockets where you feel that there's a lot of ones and twos on offer, and the Knights have played with good discipline, find themselves in a very strong position here. Again, that fuller length, almost a Yorker length, kept out there by Maree, but another single to the total. Pulled away, finds the gap, should run away for 4. Excellent shot there by Isaac Dali, and his total moves on to 76, and the Knights 212.
Yeah, that's a good end to the over. Good pull shot in front of square.
Yeah, and a good over for the Knights as well. 8 coming from that 36th over from Benjamin van Rensburg. Modi Mokwani to continue from the Willow's End. Good partnership here, Norman, between these two. Uppish, just short of that fielder at that backward point position, and Blanche runs away to his right to make sure that he saves the boundary, and they're only going to get 2 for that. partnership now, 99 runs between Dali and Ruben Maree, who's batting at exactly a strike rate of 100 at the moment.
Yes, Rafiq, very good partnership.
Over extra cover for 4. He's played that shot throughout his innings excellently today, and that's 50 up for Ruben Maree. 52 of 48 balls, 6 boundaries, and that's also the 100 partnership between these two out in the middle. Takes the Knights total to 218 for 1.
This has been what we've been talking about all along. The Knights having partnerships, which is very more important in cricket. I mean, especially now with the partnership and the left-right batting combination.
Yeah.
Rafiq.
Now 2 good partnerships, one for the first and this is for the second wicket. And like you say, this left-right batting partnership out here working well for the Knights. We've just speculated earlier on, should the Knights lose a wicket, who will be coming in to bat next? Cole Abrams earmarked to bat at 4. Ruan Haasbroek, we all know what he can do in white ball cricket especially. Patrick Botha, all sitting in the dugout waiting to come and bat next. That's the end of the 37th over. 219 for 1. And we spoke, Norman, about a possible total that the Knights would be looking at, and at this stage all set to get past that 300 mark, looking at 320 plus at the moment.
Yes, that's not in a doubt. That's not in a doubt, because they're playing a great cricket today. I mean, their batting is up there. They've been consistent almost the whole competition, Rafiq.
It looks like a good wicket out here at Mangaung Oval today. That's the one thing that the Knights should be thinking about. And to be honest, the Knights bowling has not been at its best in this One Day Cup. So they would want to make sure that whatever total they post is enough for their bowlers to defend. Benjamin van Rensburg to continue from that Loch Logan end.
Yes, for your bowling unit to be able to defend, you need to put a good total.
Good running again.
Another quick single between Dali and Maree, taking on those infield fielders.
Yeah, it's been a feature of this Knights innings, and compliment to these batters and the Knights, running well between the wickets, making sure that, and with this left-right hand combination, obviously making it difficult for the bowlers just to settle into a length and a line. Played away to that sweep on the offside to the Blanche, just for 1.
What is nice is to see Dali playing his own game, being comfortable at what he's best at doing, because he's not trying to play big shots where he's dropped or where he's
he's been allowed to do that because of the way Ruben Maree has played. Because Maree has come in and he's batted at a strike rate of 100 or more, and that has just allowed Isaac Dali to continue playing the way he prefers. Obviously looking to bat through the innings, hopefully getting to a strike rate of 70 or 80, but then you would have felt his role would have been executed perfectly. Almost the leading edge. Dali two-minded, almost looking to defend or looking to work that off his hip to the leg side. Could so easily have gotten himself in trouble there. He knows that there's big open spaces throughout the leg side and is eyeing that area to get those easy ones and twos. But there's always a risk also to that if you're looking to play to square. Driven past that cover fielder. Should be coming back for the second. Another 2 to the total.
This has been the strong point of Isaac de Kale and Ruben Maree, running between the wickets. Once here, two there, still in the two. If he's there, it's nice to see at this time that they still keep the run rate going up.
Yeah. Double Nelson, the score on the screen, and as I say that, it's moved on with another 224 for the loss of that one wicket. So see a few spectators coming out to enjoy the cricket here this afternoon. Beautiful weather to come and sit and enjoy the cricket on a Sunday afternoon. Mentioned it earlier, this is a clash between the top of the table and the bottom of the table. The Knights sitting top of this one day cup table on 15 points. And the Northern Cape Heat, they've got that 2 points that they got last week or during the week for that rained out match between them and the Eastern Storm. It's been a tough season for them and their coach Duzi Mbata.
Bringing up the deep square and dropping out the long off.
Yeah, that sweeper from the offside coming into the left and a deep square still out.
Oh, the sweeper comes in. My error. That's a dot ball.
What Maree has done well against the left arm spinner is to just give himself some room and hit the ball over that extra cover fielder. Quicker this time on the legs and a good stop there by Van Rensburg in that 45 position.
And they still managed to get one, Rafik.
Yeah. Maree Mokwani lucky to get away with that one. I've seen him bowl it quicker at times and it's not necessarily worked for him. Also looked to have a bit of a limp, also struggling a bit. So Tsepo Ntuli leave the field after his injuries, right shoulder. So not a lot going right for the team from Kimberley at the moment, the Northern Cape Heat. On the legs, stopped by mid on, almost in that mid wicket position. Using his feet again over that extra cover. He's played that shot so well this afternoon, Ruben Maree. And he helps himself to another boundary and his score moves on to 60.
Well, that's a great shot, Rafik. I mean, he's playing that shot great shot. I mean, Ruben Maree is playing beautiful cricket today. This has been the strongest point for the Knights, backing up each other as batsmen.
Yeah, coming off obviously the disappointment of losing to the Garden Route Badgers last week. The Knights team have come back to play here today. Speaking to Coach JP Trichard, I know that there's some tough reflection that needed to be done after that game in Oudtshoorn, and it seems like the penny has dropped because the Knights have come out here and they've looked a very disciplined and professional outfit. This partnership now 115 and in total 234 after 39. Excellent batting between these two. Obviously Jacques Snyman getting to 82 before he got dismissed by Tsepo Ntuli. And at the moment Maree batting at a strike rate of better than 100, and Isaac Dikali close to a strike rate of about 80 at the moment.
It hasn't gone as planned for the Northern Cape Heat. Still discussing between the captain and the two bowlers, Modimo Kwane, and
Yeah, and as planned, you could see some of the plans earlier on, and you just felt that the execution to those plans not always spot on, as we see a bowling change from the northern end, the Loch Logan end, and it does seem like Charles Prinsloo will come back into the attack. His first 4 overs conceding 14. Three fielders out on the leg side, which is the longer boundary, and then obviously a sweep out on the offside. This one hits Dikali on the pads.
Isaac on 80. And Ruben Maree on 60.
They're going to look to run hard here and look to come back for the second, and Dikali does come back for the second. Again, good running between these two batters out in the middle. Yeah, again. Oh, that should have been close. Mid-wicket fielder pouncing onto that and having a go at the bowler's end. That's the captain, Ronan Herman, almost running out Dikali, but as it is, another quick single to the total. A lot of cricket being played elsewhere in the country. Mpumalanga Rhinos at the moment, 188 for 4 against the CSA emerging team. And elsewhere, 6-gun Garden Route Badgers playing against the Inyati at the moment, 184 for 6. The Badgers. Nice to see one of our former Free State players, Peko Moletsani, getting amongst the runs again. Another St Andrews boy, like John Armour always alludes to. Again, through that extra cover area, they're going to look to come back for the second, which they do. He's played that shot superbly well today. He's got good hands, does Ruben Maree. Tuskers at the moment, 129 for 3 against the Dolphins. And then momentum multiplied, Titans playing against the WSB Western Province. Western Province 178 for 7 as it is. And obviously the big game this afternoon, final of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, New Zealand versus India.
Third man up to the circle.
Yeah, third man up in the circle. Covered that extra cover position. This time around he's pulled it. Great stop there by Romano ter Blanche. Square leg. Otherwise that would have had 4 written all over it. Ter Blanche diving around like a youngster, making sure that they only get a single. And again, it speaks to the execution. There's no protection out for the left-hander on that leg side boundary, but that delivery just asked to be played through that area. So again, the execution not great. Another single for Dali.
And that's the end of the 40th over. 236 for 1 for the Knights. Isaac Dali on 84, Ruben Maree on 63. Another change of bowling.
And the umpire signals the start of the third power play, so they can obviously have an extra fielder out. Can have 5 fielders out of the circle or the ring, and you'd expect them to use all those 5 fielders out in the position that they are. Knights in a commanding position here, 237 for 1, and they are going to use all their 5 fielders out in the ring. They've got a deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a sweep out. And this one is played to that sweep on the offside for another single. This run rate achieved at the moment almost 6, and we spoke about it earlier. It was good cricket, low risk cricket, almost boring cricket at times, but they kept the scoreboard ticking over, and they've done the hard yards for the Knights, put themselves in a position where, with wickets in hand and into the last 10 overs, we can see them launch at some stage and hopefully get themselves to a total in excess of 320.
The Northern Cape doesn't mind to give singles.
Again, they're going to look to come back for the second, decides wisely against it, as the fielders convert onto that ball. Spoke about it earlier, and running between the wickets has been superb this match compared to the previous match that they played at Mangaung Oval, where we saw some silly run-outs. Obviously discussed and worked on that. It's been a lot better today. Putting the fielders under pressure. We've seen a number of misfields, seen balls going through people to the boundary, and again it was a misfield there, but they have decided not to come back for the second.
Maree on strike.
Taken. Caught and bowled by Maree Mokwane. And that's the breakthrough that the Northern Cape Heat would have been looking for. That's the end of Ruben Maree. He departs for 64. Well played, 64 by Ruben Maree. And Maree Mokwane gets the breakthrough. Maree faced 63 balls for that 64. 4 boundaries in that knock. Just looking at that score, it's played well, especially down the ground and through the offside. Again, just looking at that, Maree maybe not getting to the pitch of that, and Maree Mokwane holds on to that. And as discussed, and the left-handed Patrick Botha makes his way to the crease. We have spoken about this and said that we do expect maybe the Knights to keep that left-right hand combination going. Got the luxury of doing that, and the experienced Pat Botha makes his way to the middle.
I think the Northern Cape Heat will be happy to see Maree depart, Rafik, because he was starting to to be the player who takes control of the batting.
Yeah, and you would have expected with 10 overs to go that there would have been a bit more intent and them looking to push on. And Maree losing his wicket in the cause. New batter in, Patrick Botha. Born and bred in the Free State, Bloemfontein. Former Grey College pupil. And he comes in with a good platform that's been laid here. 240 for 2. But in saying that, the Knights will expect him to keep the momentum going and look to bat at least at a runner ball. Gets off the mark. First ball that he faces.
Yes, that would be the idea, to keep rotating the strike between the lefty and the right-hander.
Patrick Botha, we've seen him in the past. He does provide impetus and momentum to the innings. Regardless the match situation, you can expect him to come in and bat at a good strike rate. And that's the end of the 41st over. 242 for 2. And we can expect the Knights in this last 9 overs to put their foot down and look to accelerate. Maybe look to get that run rate over the 6.5 mark. Going at 5.9 at the moment are the Knights. And it'll be Prinsloo to continue from the Loch Logan end. Dali is on 87, 13 short of what would be a well-deserved ton.
That man is up at the second.
Again, as we've become accustomed to, another single for Isaac Dali. Just plays and executes his role so well. Another single. They are going to look to come back for the second, and they do. Dali runs to the danger end. Good running.
Yes, Isaac is up to the task. He's playing good cricket all around, turning ones into twos.
Again, straight down the ground. Not going to get to the boundary, but they are going to come back for 2. So Pat Botha has come in and has made sure that he's made every ball count here. His score moves on to 5 at the moment. And the total 247 for 2. So this Prinsloo over at the moment going for 5. I know on the monitor it says obviously just a few balls behind at the moment. Bottas on 5, and Dikali on 88. Two more balls to go in this 42nd over, and it's going to be interesting to see when the Knights do sort of put their foot down and really have a go at this Northern Cape Heat bowlers. Another single down to long off.
Came in pretty quick there to cut that second one. Charles Prinsloo to bowl the last ball of the over to Isaac de Gale.
Again, another single to long on this time. And that's the end of the 42nd over. 249 for 2 with 8 overs to go.
To continue from the Willows end.
So 249 on the board for the Flexbrands Knights. 8 overs remaining. Patrick Bottas out there. Good stop off with his own bowling. Bit of a missed field, and they come through for the single. It's been a beautiful day of batting so far from the Flexbrands Knights. They reached 250. It's come off 258 deliveries, 21 fours and the 1 6. It's been a real show of class from them, only losing 2 wickets thus far. Ball's worked into the vacant mid-wicket region, running hard for the second. And they'll get there. Isaac de Gale, who's been running superbly well this entire innings. He's in his 90s. He's out there at the moment with Patrick Burt on 8. Now, one thing I do think that the Northern Cape Heat have missed the mark a bit today is understanding the size of the Mangaung Oval. Oh, and that cheap wicket. Patrick Burt trying to work it into the mid-wicket region. Gets a leading edge. And the simplest of catches for Maree off his own bowling. Patrick Burt has to depart for 8 runs from 7 deliveries. He'll be disappointed with that, but it brings about the 3rd wicket down here for the Northern Cape Heat.
Well, I think, John, we spoke about the difference that the pace does when you're a spin bowler in these conditions. Modimo came back, bowling it a bit slower, and that has created a bit of a problem for batsmen to play him.
Let's have a look at that replay. Just a leading edge. Now we have spoken about a bit, so changing of pace and using that to full effect.
And when that is used, is working perfectly. getting 2 wickets out of it. Modimukwani.
As we see, walking out to the middle now, Cole Abrams. Yeah, the 43rd over. He'll have the liberty to play some shots there in a position where looking to surpass 300 comfortably. But just back to my point is, on this long boundary, we saw the Eastern Cape of the Inyati's side really do well in understanding the size of the boundary and trying to cut off the twos, bringing in their boundary riders by a good 10 meters at point. Where with the Northern Cape Heat, they've kept the boundary riders on the ring, and that's just allowed it's just allowed them to get those twos a bit more comfortably or a bit more opportunistically.
Yes, I mean, as I declare, is quick between the wickets. Whenever he gets that opportunity to turn back for two, he does.
I've got him bowling it nice and slow. And that is a very good over for the Northern Cape Heat. It's brought about a wicket, only conceding 3 runs here in the final power play in this first innings of the CSA One Day Cup. They'll love to build on the momentum of that, try restrict the Knights somehow under 300.
I think Charles Prinsloo still continuing from the Lochlogan end to Isaac de Kale. Every man on the leg side is on the boundary or deep. Gonna take for 2, Isaac de Kale again.
And as to prove my point, as to prove my point.
Very quick between the wickets, Isaac de Kale, as you said, John. As to
But just having a look where they're running back to, they're going back all the way to the boundary. As we see extra cover coming across now to that mid-wicket region. So big gap and extra cover region now. As you see mid-off coming a bit more square. Sweeper coming a bit more to the front. And again, running to long on. Boundary rider again on the ring. That moves Isaac de Kale to 94 runs.
That's a 1 to the Kale. To long on. And that brings Cole Abrahams to the strike.
Half an appeal as that ball was struck firmly back. Prinsloo getting a hand on it, breaking the wickets. An appeal for a run out on the non-striker's end. Isaac de Kale doing well to stay in his crease. He's been rather eager to run today, so for him to still be in his crease, job well done. That would have been very unfortunate. being run out like that on 95. Running hard again. Looking for 2. Taking it on. And they'll get there once more. They are pulling the field apart at the moment. Isaac Dechale doesn't need to hit boundaries. He's running 2s.
Well, like you said, John, the fielders are too deep, and Isaac seems to take that opportunity to say, I'm going to take these guys.
Fortunately, the lesson's not being learned here.
Not at all. The other thing, when you're fielding deep and you're taking the ball like that, you don't want to make a misfielding. You don't want to do mistakes.
Single off the last delivery of that over. End of the 44th. 261 on the board. 3 wickets down. Now the question is, still require 39 runs from 6 overs to reach the 300 run mark. Isaac Dechale is out there on 98 runs at the moment. The monitor's just a bit behind, so you're seeing 95 on your screen. He is in fact on 98.
And still going strong.
They talk about the nervous 90s. Well, I think Isaac Dechale found a way to mitigate that. Just run 2s.
That's a great thing to do, because mentally now you start thinking that I shouldn't make a mistake to go out. He made it easy for himself.
Struck hard to sweeper region, running hard. They're looking for 2. They're going to take it on. And Isaac Dechale gets to a century. Back into the side, replacing Gian Kluter. And he's performed yet today. Raising his bat, you can just see what it means to him.
Well batted, young man. Well batted, young man. That's what you would say. He played a beautiful cricket from ball 1 up to now. Isaac Dechale, 100 of 121 balls.
And he's only scored 5 fours. He has run beautifully today, played all around the wicket. He's been asked to do a job opening the batting, and he's done it. What a mighty innings this is from Isaac Dechale. Picking up where he left off, running hard at 2 again, and gets there once more.
Still running 2s after 100. He's got a lot of fuel. Isaac Dechale.
Assistant coach Ruan Derksen, also former conditioning coach, would be pleased. This one straight there, worked into that mid-wicket region. Deep mid-wicket and rolling hard. And he's getting settled for 1 this time.
What has been good about Isaac Dechale's innings is that he's been playing around the other batsmen, because he couldn't play big shots, but he was comfortable running.
Oh, big swing from Cole Abrams. That's why he's there. Try and get the boundaries. And just looking at Isaac Dechale, 100 from 122 deliveries, or 103 should I say. And at some point he was striking at only 50. Going across, over extra cover, long off, getting around. Going to come back comfortably for 2. This is worrying signs. Morik Makwane not happy with his left leg. Does look as where he's grabbing to be the calf. Hopefully just a bit of cramping, nothing too serious. So end of the 45th over. 268 on the board. And Isaac Dichale getting to his century. 5 overs remaining. Charles Plinsoe to continue from the Loch Logan end.
Remember, Jordan Tool is already out with an injury. And now Motimokwane limping.
It's hit to deep mid wicket. Oh, and it's dropped. It's dropped. Run out chance. No. Oh, goodness me. He was inside. Just running. Oh, goodness. To rub salt into the wounds. And it's the skipper who dropped him out there. This time to sweeper region. It's going to land safely. They only settle for 1. So Isaac Dichale saying, I've got the license now to hit. Could have been caught on the first delivery.
I think he decided that he's going to go after the bowlers now. He's got 100. He's happy.
Good ball into the block hole. And Garnet Tar doing the fielding. I must say it is unusual for me to see Garnet Tar deep square leg. Previous wicket keeper of mine. Again, well bowled into the block hole. They're looking for 2. They're coming back. Isaac Dichale. Throw's not good enough. They get back for 2. And for the first time, he's showing a bit of fatigue.
But still running those 2 hard. He's taking the arms of the fielders, Isaac Dichale.
I wonder what his bleep test looks like.
Should be ranging around 10.
Oh, going aerial. Sweeper region's going to bounce safely. Again, just settle for 1. Trying to take the initiative. Not able to strike it cleanly yet. So now Cole Abrams. He's out there. He's got 4 runs to his name. Beautifully bowled into the block hole again. Great death bowling here from Charles Plinsoe. Brings the end of the 46 over. It's been kept quiet. 276 for 3. I must compliment the Northern Cape Heat. This death bowling has been really good from them so far in this last power play.
Yes, John, it could have been worse. But they managed to bring it back with the knives, with the wicket they have in hand.
Now we see the Blanche coming back into the attack. It has not been the best of days for him. 7 overs, 52 runs conceded without any wickets. He would love to come back and close off this innings for the Northern Cape Heat.
And Motimokwane is limping with that left leg to the fine leg area, right on the circle.
So deep mid wicket, long on, long off. I have to settle for one. So very interesting field they had there for Cole Abrams. Deep backward point and sweeper. So only extra cover in the ring. On the offside and a short third man.
I think they're going to keep the same field for Isaac Dikale. Doesn't seem to change.
Oh, trying some innovation, not getting it right. Coming through for the single. With a short fine leg, why not? Got a century to your name.
Run rate is now at 6.
Let's see it again. Come through for a single.
So far, Terreblanche should be happy with that. 2 runs off 2 balls. That's a dot in a very long time.
And the plan is working here. They've protected the offside square of the wicket. It's allowed to Blanche to bowl much wider line. Flexbrand Knights batsmen opting to score straight or to the onside. And they haven't made good contact with the bat. And again.
Isaac Dikale betting on off stump, trying to close down that angle.
Full again on the wide. And again a miss. And that's 3 dots in a row. Here, end of the 47th. 279 for 3. And I think this Pizzo speaks so well about what we spoke about early in this innings, about the role of the batsman. And Isaac Dikale has done exceptionally well. He's done exactly what has been asked of him. He's been there from the beginning till the end. With 3 overs remaining, he's got 110 to his name. However, striking the ball in the death is not the role he is looking to complete. And they are working well at this moment. It's the role of Cole Abrams on the other end to be more of the finisher. So at the moment, I do believe that the Knights would be disappointed they're not optimizing this power play as they could have.
I think you spot on, John. Dikale's role now should have been saying that I'll give them as much strike as possible to Cole Abrams, and I'll stay stick to my ones.
So change of bowling and Cole Abrams trying some innovation, trying to lap that over. From Rensburg getting the dot, running back to his mark. Coming around the wicket, the left arm seamer. Looking for 2 once more, running hard. And they'll get there comfortably. But good bowling from Rensburg. Not giving any space to freeze arms, Cole Abrams. I must think he's quite frustrated there. He's attempted a couple of times to go for it, but the bowling has really been good to him.
The reason being the fine leg is up.
This time it's shorter, it's pulled. Bounced twice before, reaches deep and wicket. It will only be 1 run.
The reason being the fine leg is up, and if he gets that shot right, there's always a possibility of getting a 4, of which that's the plan he wants to do.
At the moment, not a lot of boundaries in this final power play at all. Change of field for Isaac Tichale, third man going back. So sweeper, third man, deep square leg, deep mid wicket and long on. It's hit straight. It's going to beat mid off. It's not got enough power. Long on will come around to do the fielding. Get 2. Isaac Tichale must be so tired at this point.
He looks tired, but he's soldiering on. That's what is important about him now, and still taking those 2s. That's a 1 to Isaac Tichale to third man.
So now, final delivery of the over. Here in the 48th. Stepping away, hit hard. It pierces the gap between deep square and deep mid wicket. And that's a well-needed boundary. It's been a long time coming from Cole Abrams. Struck it beautifully. Moving away.
189 for 3 after 48 overs.
Exactly what the Flexbrand Knights would have wanted. His score moves to 14. So, penultimate over. To be bowled by Terblanche from the Willow's End. So 11 runs required to get to the 300 run mark. Isaac Tichale on strike. He's on 113 out there. Look at the stance. Standing on off stump. And still pushing it wide, but this time umpire does signal wide. And a discussion. De Blanche may be asking, well, hang on, he's come across a bit there, ump. Got to give me a bit more leverage.
I think Romano Trella Blanche bowling as wide as possible.
This is the matchup that matters. Cole Abrams. And wide signaled again. Just missing the execution ever so slightly. It's such a fine margin playing with that wide line. But I must say, I enjoy the game plan here that they have in trying to restrict the run flow. Trying to force them to go into the offside. Wide again. Driven. Oh, they'll come back for 2. Bit of a misfield. Advancing down the ground, it's up in the air. Extra cover. Oh, it just bounces in front of him. They come back for 2. Miss hit from Cole Abrams. The plan's definitely working. in that they can't strike the ball cleanly with the ball so wide from them, looking to play straight.
Yes, John. Romano Treblanche is aware that the gas wants to increase to get 300 plus, and his pen is working. His pen is working perfectly.
Apart from,
Square leg.
apart from the two wides, this over has been executed beautifully by Romano de Branche.
His fielders are picking him up.
It's a full toss, it's in the air, long on, getting underneath it. Oh, bounces just short, looking for two, and they'll get there again comfortably. So with that, the score moves to 299. 10 runs so far from this over. And without boundaries, they're still getting the runs.
Because Isaac Dekali is still there, still running twos.
Final delivery in this penultimate over. It's full of game. Played too long off. Looking for two. Cole Abrams has just blindly turned and run. And he's going to run out Isaac Dekala on the non-striker's end. Oh goodness. Having a look at Cole Abrams there, he did not even look up where that ball had gone. I don't know if the call had been made, but Isaac Dekala has played a phenomenal innings. He has gotten his side all the way into the final over as we have a look at it again. Skipper realizing Dekala wasn't making his ground.
That was a clever throw-in by the skipper.
And with that, the Knights also reach 300 here in the 49th over. They've done it off 300 deliveries. Run a ball. It's Isaac Dekala who has to depart for 117 deliveries. He's been there for 214 minutes. 137 deliveries and only 5 fours. He's been running one heck of a lot today. He's shown a lot of character for his side in the beginning of the spell when it was very difficult with ball in hand. He soared through with Jacques Snyman. He's built partnerships and he's helped his side reach the 300 run mark. As he gets a standing ovation as he leaves the field.
He played beautiful cricket, Isaac Dekala. Turning ones into twos.
And out there, Ruan Hasbrook must have been licking his lips this whole innings, seeing how the guys have been batting. He's only coming in with 6 deliveries remaining. Unfortunately, he's on the non-striker's end.
It'll be interesting to see what happens in this over.
Benjamin van Rensburg to bowl it. He's bowled 8 overs, 45 runs. Had a good first spell. No wickets to his name just yet. Oh, and it's worked finely. It's gone for 4. It's beaten fine leg and deep square leg. Just onto the pads. Cole Abrams not looking to smash this one, but just place it, and he does so beautifully, using the pace of the delivery, with Benjamin van Rensburg coming around the wicket, the left armour. It's always going to angle down leg. Boundary off the first delivery. It's time, played to deep square leg. Gonatar takes the catch, diving forward. Good catch by Gonatar.
That's a great catch, diving forward, Gonatar. Catching Cole Abrams after that 4 runs of the first ball. Second ball, got a wicket. Let's have a look at it again.
So the two Saints boys picking up a wicket here for the Northern Cape Heat. So Cole Abrams scored 23 runs from 18 deliveries and the 2 fours to his name. But this is the luxury you can have when an opening batsman bats until the 49th over. You usually have wickets in hand. So they've lost a cluster of wickets here, the Flexbrand Knights, but it's not too worried to them because they have wickets in hand, and that it just shows you the importance of that.
He played great innings, Isaac de Gale and Jacques Snyman for the first wicket.
And out there now, Mulisi Saboto will be coming back in a moment with ball in hand, but for now, he's got 4 deliveries to mitigate. The veteran with ball in hand for Flexbrands Knights, he's been brilliant for them in partnership with Dwayne Pitt.
Benjamin van Rensburg picking up his first wicket.
So Ruan Hosbrook on the other end. 2 new batsmen in the middle. Both have not faced a delivery. It's well bowled. Benjamin van Rensburg into the block hole. Lucius Saboto coming across his wickets. Not able to get the ball away. I might just ask our analyst in the commentary box how much runs have actually been scored in this last power play and how many boundaries there have been scored. Stepping across again and opting to leave it. An umpire signaling to him, you've stepped across, hang on, I'm not going to give that wide. That's a dot ball. This one, he does get away. Sweeper's got to run around. They're going to look for 2. Oh, Malusi Saboto running late. The throw wasn't good and they get back for 3. Bad throw in from Gonator there. The sweeper did well to get there.
Cricket awareness, John. Malusi Saboto picking up that just the misfield, just.
So Ruan Hosbrook, who's been itching to bat the whole day, has the final delivery all for himself. Goes for this paddle, it's up in the air, and it's taken by Benjamin van Rensburg. He gets his 2nd wicket here in the final over. It's been brilliantly done by the Northern Cape Heat. So the Flexbrand Knights conclude their innings, 307 runs on the board. They've scored just above 6 runs and over, and it's all to that man, Isak de Gale, scored 117 for them. Great, well-played innings. Strong partnership in the beginning with Jacques Snyman. Scored more than run a ball at scoring his 82 runs. And after that, joined by the young Ruben Maree, who also scored good 64 runs. And it's been a story of partnerships for the Flexbrand Knights to get them to this position. So, after the break, we will see this response from the Northern Cape Heat in chasing down 308 here in the City of Roses in Mangaung. Welcome back to the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein, the City of Roses, for the CSA One Day Cup fixture between the Flexbrands Knights and the Northern Cape Heat. From this morning's spell, Flexbrands Knights skipper Dane Pitt won the toss, elected to bat first. And what a good choice it was. Flexbrands Knights posing 307 for 6. Isaac Dali scoring a beautiful 117 runs from 137 deliveries. He was there the entire innings up until the final over. Snyman scoring at more than runnable 82 runs from 71. Maree 64 from 63, and Cole Abrams for a short cameo of 23 runs from 18. It's been a lot of discussions here at the Mangaung Oval, especially the ground and how to manage it. So at the moment the players have taken back to the field for this retaliation from the Northern Cape Heat.
Yeah, the Knights scoring 70 runs in the last 10 overs, losing 5 wickets, only managing to get 2 boundaries in that 60 balls. So the Northern Cape Heat looks to get off to a good start here. Needing 308 runs of 300 balls. With the new ball in hand from the Willows end, Langa.
And once, obviously the Knights have given themselves a good chance of winning this game, but you've got to point out that their bowling attack has been a bit of a concern in this competition. So they would like to put in a disciplined performance in with the ball as well. The Northern Cape Heat team has got players that can challenge that total. Garnetar's got the ability to play big innings, can play a similar role to what we saw from Dali, can bat through the innings, and Ronan Herman, for example, is a very dangerous cricketer.
Yeah, Langa bowling with a deep square and a fine leg out on the leg side. One slip, short third man, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, and mid wicket.
Langa's stock delivery is the one that usually angles into the right hander, and there was a little bit of movement in there towards the right-handed Garnetar. Umpire signals leg byes.
Yeah, the Knights want to strike with the new ball in the first 10 overs. Look to pick up wickets with the new ball.
Justin, we saw the Northern Cape Heat start off with 2 slips, but straight in that power play, or just after that power play, those slips obviously were taken out, with the Knights dominating that power play, so to speak. And the Knights have started off with just a solitary slip here. Obviously they've assessed conditions and they know that Langa does tend to bring the ball in. That's the first runs, second run for the Northern Cape Heat.
A good start from Langa. Good line in length.
Oh, that's the off stump out the ground. Excellent bowling from Langa. Sitembile Langa. Getting that to come back into the right-handed batter. That's the end of Garnet Tar. The first over, an excellent start by the Knights. Having a look at that one again, Justin.
Beautifully bowled by Langa. Ball just nipping back into the right-hander. Garnetar off balance. Ball went between bat and pad. Off stump. Very good start here for the Knights. Yika, the next batter in, joining Venter.
Oh, big movement. Langa. He will be excited with that movement that he got through the air. Bowling from the Willows end. And the Knights, they got their first wicket. And it's the big one of Garnet Tar. Nonchlela Yika. He's going to join Morne Venter in the middle.
Yeah, and once again we see the two slips in play for Langa. So no third man in place. Still the fine leg and deep square out.
Oh, again, just short of that second slip, Cole Abrams. Oh, Pat Botha in that second slip position it is. But an excellent over here from Langa. Again, that ball just prodigious movement into the right-handed batter. Just fell short of Pat Botha in that second slip position. And early signs are that Langa could prove to be a handful with that new ball.
Yeah, excellent first over from the Knights. Langa getting the wicket of Garnetar. The Northern Cape Heat are 2 for 1 after the first over. Johan van Dijk from the Loch Logan end. Two slips for him as well. Short fine leg, a deep square, and a third man.
Now Joe van Dijk making his way back into the team. Played the first match against Limpopo in this format, this competition, and subsequently left out to the squad, but he's back, and hopefully for him he can put his hand up. We all know he's got ability, he's got good pace. It is sometimes the control that is questionable.
Yeah, just from a bowling point of view, you don't want to become predictable, just bowling that back of a length. You still want to make use of that new ball. So I would like to see Joe van Dijk just putting just a fuller length, draw the batsman forward. He's got two slips in play.
Excellent down shot through the leg side. It's going to go away run away for 4.
Excellent timing there from Venter. Beautiful timing. Just too straight there from Johan van Dijk.
Oh, beaten the outside edge. Good pace by Johan van Dijk. And he's got that ability, Justin.
Yeah.
He's got that ability to pick up wickets. And could have easily gotten his first in this game.
Yeah, much better lining length there from Van Dijk. Good pace as well. He just needs consistency on that area.
And as you speak about consistency, we did speak about that control. At times, just that wrist breaking behind the ball, maybe. And Rowan Haasbroek, the keeper, has done well to stop that. It was actually interesting to see Haasbroek taking the gloves. I thought Isaac de Ghali at the start of the game would be the keeper, but he's obviously spent a lot of time out there in the middle.
Yeah, Haasbroek also the keeper in the Garden Route Badgers game without Gian Kluter. Yeah, so he was the keeper as well in the previous game.
A number of these players, if you just think about it, have actually represented both these provinces, the Northern Cape and the Knights. Just looking at the Northern Cape side, Tsepo Ntuli, Garnet Ta, Romano Terblanche, all players that have played for the Knights, both the Knights and the Northern Cape. And if you look at the Free State or the Knights team, Flexbrands Knights team, Cole Abrams, Johan van Dijk, Rowan Haasbroek have also represented Northern Cape at some stage. And Isaac de Ghali as well. Another one that has also represented the team from Kimberley earlier on in his career.
So a good enter over there from Joe van Dijk. Much better line and length. Langa to continue from the Willows in.
Still some movement there from Langa, just over pitched this time around. He's got that same field, fine leg, deep square leg out. Just the one slip for Langa. Did see an extra slip move in there later on in his first over. Captain Dane Pidd does the fielding in that mid-off position.
Yeah, Langa will target that gap between bat and ball. Bat in the pad, he will look to get that gap going there again with the ball coming back into the right hander.
Good running there between Yika and Fenta. We saw some excellent runnings. It was looking at the feature of the night's innings, running between the wickets.
Yeah, exceptional running from the Knights, especially from Saktikhale, hitting 5 boundaries. In the 60 runs he got for his 100 were between the wickets, ones and twos.
Just too straight from Langa on that occasion, and Fenta ducks that into the leg side for one.
good bowling here from Langa. Good line in length. Making sure the batsman is playing. He was too straight for a couple of balls. But then
End of the third over, 11 for 1.
Van Dijk to continue from the Loch Logan end. A much better start here to the over for Van Dijk. Making sure the batsman gets on the front foot.
Johan van Dijk going past that outside edge again. Good pace. You do get the feeling, Justin, if Johan van Dijk settles into a good rhythm today, he could be a handful. Again, some shape away from the right-handed Morne Venter.
And he's beginning to get a good rhythm going. A little bit more consistent in this over. On off stump.
And that's the umpire signalling wide. Again, well stopped there by Ruan Haasbroek. One ball left in this fourth over. Good one so far from Johan van Dijk, apart from the one wide. Good over for Johan van Dijk and for the Knights. 12 without loss after 4.
A very good start here for the Knights. Getting the 1 wicket, thus find the power play. Langa to continue into his third over now. And as we can see, Ika He's betting outside his crease. Just push past cover for 2 runs. I don't think Langa would mind that shot. Yika just playing away from his body slightly. With Langa bringing the ball back, he wouldn't mind that.
Yika played for the Mpumalanga Rhinos, 24 years of age. He's played also for the, obviously, the Northern Cape Heat side at the moment. Just his list A career from a batting point of view. 29 matches, average of 20, strike rate of 66. Well stopped there by Cole Abrams in the covers, but they managed to go through for another single.
One more left in this over, 3 runs conceded so far.
End of the 5th, 15 for 1. Much better start from the Knights with the ball, John, from what we've seen recent games here.
Definitely has, Rafik, definitely has. Langa's come out, 3 overs, 6 runs only conceded, and the big wicket of Karnatar. Joe van Dijk, it's good to see him back at the Mangaung Oval. It's been a while. Raw pace. It's a very good start here. 15 runs only off 5 overs. So now, Coach JP must be happy with this.
Just the tendency every now and then, Johan van Dijk, to try and go too straight, or maybe look to get the ball to come back at the right hand, and that then drifts down the leg side. So he's 3rd or 4th wide in a spell. Just advise him maybe just to try and keep it simple for now and just look to eat that length. Don't need to do too much at the moment.
it's in the air. It's over fine, short fine leg, and that's gone for 4.
Again, just tends every now and then to just move off that area that he bowls and looks to do something different. Yes, he's got the deep square leg out, but with fine leg up in the ring, there's always the risk of that ball maybe going into an open space for 4. That's where you want to operate, and that's where you want to be.
Yeah, definitely a better line length from Joe van Dijk. I must say, Rafik, I've really enjoyed our new animated wicketkeeper, Ruan Haasbroek. He's been fun to watch in his first couple of hours. Gian Kluter sitting this match out, having rolled his ankle in Oudtshoorn.
Oh, about and this appeal from Johan van Dijk. Umpire not interested.
Much better line and length. And that's exactly where Rafik says he wanted it. Because he's got a bit more pace, you can see the difference. Beautiful carry through to the keeper. It's just getting on that awkward length, on the up, as it passes the batsman. Oh goodness, takes a tumble as it goes down leg.
And that's the sort of worry you have sometimes with Johan van Dijk, is those type of deliveries where he did obviously lose his footing there, but you do get the feeling that there's too many of those in between where it seems like his wrist is breaking behind the ball and he pushes it down leg. And you'd like to see him just get a little bit more of those balls in those good areas, because he is a wicket taking bowler, and if he gets it right on the day, he wins you games. Ken past the bat. So 6 coming off this over, and still another ball to be bowled. 2 wides obviously in this third over from Johan van Dijk, conceding that 14 runs so far. Langa on the other end has been very good again. Just some movement through the air. Into the 6th over, 21 for 1. And John, we spoke last time out when the Knights were playing here that you just like to see them create pressure from both ends. We saw in the last match that at times the one end bowlers bowling well, and then they're just leaking runs from the other end. But it has been a much better start since the last time they played, and the last match that we watched. We commented last time that, Dane Pitt and Malusi Sibota are 2 bowlers that they've relied on heavily, and if they can come in with, not too much damage done, it's going to be difficult for the Northern Cape to get over the line here.
We have spoken a lot about it, Rafik, and the thoughts at this point, and why we've been talking about this recently, the thoughts for the Knights is, yes, they want the treble, yes, they want to win the One Day Cup as well, but their thoughts should be on Division 1. And going to Division 1, we know, watching the quality of cricket being played there, that they would be punished for those mistakes they're making at Division 2.
Spot on.
So we were just talking, so all their thought process, the way they're preparing for games, the small shifts they need to make in preparation for Division 1, because they would like to stay there. They would feel they ought to belong there, but it's going to be a challenge. Must be said, Rafik, it's been such fun commentating here at the Mangaung Oval over the last while for myself. It's been a privilege working alongside. Bloemfontein does feel like a community. The Knights and Coach JP Trichart.
Pulled away. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Langa just a tad too short, pulling that one back, and Yika up to the task, dispatching that for another boundary.
Yeah, barely clearing mid-wicket, almost getting a hand on it. Short again, this time pulled with conviction, and this time it's gone all the way. Yika with a strong statement of a response, 2 boundaries and 2 deliveries, and that's moved their score quickly to 32.
Yeah, that's naughty. You'd have thought that he would have learned his lesson from the previous delivery. Unfortunately not. And whilst we sang his praises in that first 3 overs, yeah, it's better. Just the 2 bad deliveries in that over where Langa just too short, and at last ball back on the money, getting it up there, because we did see some good movement through the air into the right hander from Langa, and you'd expect him to utilize that, especially with a new ball. Unfortunately, as is the case sometimes, bowlers look for that magic delivery, and that magic delivery is usually the one that ends up on the grass embankment.
Well said, Rafik.
Again, just looking to fall away and pushing that down leg, Johan van Dijk. Not sure if he's deliberately looking to angle that into the right hander, because if he does, it's obviously starting to straight. But you want to see a bit more consistency and just trying to hit those good areas and try and stay there for as long as possible. Just losing his action a bit there, Johan van Dijk. Good stop.
Ruben Maree.
The young Ruben Maree diving around in the on the square.
See Ruan Haasbroek making all his way. Give him a pat and say well done. High intensity in the field. Love to see it from the Flexbrand Knights.
Upish through the gap. Should only be 1. As we see Mbongi Mshlanga does the fielding in that 3rd man position.
As I mentioned, Rafik, it's been such a privilege working with the Knights. I've just got a job offer going to Joburg, and it's been such a pleasure to see how the Knights have grown and getting back to Division 1, the struggles they've been through the last couple of seasons. This one drifts down leg again. And this last couple of deliveries have been a statement of how far the Knights have come, I believe, in the way their camaraderie is built. Coach JP Trichart coming in and building a team back up, bringing in the likes of skipper now Dame Pitt, who's really come in and contributed to the side, Aaron Pangisu, with the development of the youth. Lucy Sabota working in good partnership with Dame Pitt, and we're excited to see them back in Division 1.
Another single. We saw some good running between the wickets during this game. Yeah, John, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the box as well and working with you, and see how you've also grown during your stint as a commentator. And we hope that we are certainly going to miss you down here in Bloemfontein, but all is not lost. Moving up to Joburg, and hopefully we'll get to hear from you in the commentary box up in Johannesburg and Pretoria, up in those areas as well.
Most definitely, especially for the night's games.
Another play and a miss, and he has gone past the bat a number of times in the spell of his Johan van Dijk, and he has also been a bit naughty at times with his control. If you look at this over, for example, another 2 wides, but he has got the ability to, like we said, take wickets, and by far the quickest bowler most probably on this field. Short, 1 for the over.
And it does bring a dilemma, Rafiq, where you love to see the raw pace, you love to see beating the outside edge with conviction. We haven't really seen that today, but you can see it with Joe. But again, the wides, that is costing. Just that consistency that is lacking.
And we were speaking about, after this ball, that the one thing that we haven't seen much of, especially in this competition, was a disciplined bowling unit where everybody sort of worked together and hunted in packs or in pairs, like they say. We've seen the Inyati come here a couple of weeks back, and we saw, disciplined bowling performance from the whole entire squad. And unfortunately, they couldn't get over the line, but the bowling was exceptional on that specific day. I must say, we spoke during the lunch break, and you did mention that the Knights would most probably be happy with, 50 with a couple of wickets down in the power play. And it does seem like that could be the case. That's the area where I feel Langa needs to operate in. You do get, especially Morne Venter earlier on, felt that he was maybe just getting his head too far offside of the ball, and he'll always get into the game if he gets himself into a bad position. Maybe LBW, or like we saw in his first over where he does hit the stumps. So let's see whether he's going to have the patience to operate in that area. Good stuff so far.
Interestingly, third man is up in the ring, so fine leg and deep square leg. So also maybe a double bluff, short ball coming.
So what happened to the short ball in the previous Langa over? Just the single. Umpire reckons it's a bit of batter on that.
I remember the first time I came to the ground was when I was grade 8, and now as a player now, and I was under 15 Free State trials, and that was when I was introduced to the man sitting to my right, Coach Rafiq, the selector.
Did you make the squad that year?
Nope.
As This one is played past that mid-wicket fielder. They're going to come back for the second.
I was absolutely terrified coming to the big nets, and I had big names to compete with. Been hearing all these stories about the great college boys at that time. Reinhard van Tonder, Gerald Coetzee, Philip Visser. A couple of them have gone on to make careers out of cricket.
Yeah. Don the green and gold. Oh, past the outside edge. Good over this from Sitembele Langa. Just the 3 conceded. 39 for 1 after 9.
I recall my first match in Mangaung, and I don't know if our viewers are always aware of this. We actually had the IPL in Bloemfontein, watching the Calcutta Knight Riders. That time still Graham Smith playing for them. First Protea game in Bloemfontein, Colin Ingram scoring a century.
You've got a good memory there, John. Can't even remember what I ate yesterday. Oh, again, past the outside edge.
I can recall there was a time they were deliberating if was it Shahid Afridi that had hit the biggest 6 here in Bloemfontein. It was an absolute massive one down there. Had the privilege of, I remember when West Indies were here, Chris Gale giving out signatures, and he used my pen, so I had to awkwardly stand next to him while he's signing all these things.
Driven, should only be 1.
Bloemfontein, the likes of Andre Russell playing here for a couple of seasons.
Yeah, we've had some good pros coming to the Bloemfontein. Andre Russell, Franklin Stevenson, most probably the best of the lot. He's done a lot for Free State cricket.
Quick single taken. Good running. We're going to need much more of that come through. And of course, one of our neighbour actually was one of the stalwarts of Knights cricket, Maree van Wyk.
Oh yes.
Long-standing captain.
The Van Wyk brothers, Morne and Divan. Believe they find themselves down in the KZN area nowadays. Interesting thing about people like Morne van Wyk and Jonathan Beekes, Ryan McLaren, Graham Botha, they were all such good hockey players as well. All these good cricketers were exceptional hockey players.
I just recall his batting stance having a baseball type stance, Maree van Wyk.
Yeah, his dad used to be a good primary school cricket coach and also another strong administrator within Free State cricket, the late Kobus van Wyk.
Shorter, deep square leg, doing well to get there. Good pickup. Seth Fledermaus, great fielding. Keeping that down to 1.
So I suppose just looking at Seth Fledermaus on the park and looking around, it seems like, and no surprise, it seems like Isaac Dikgale is not on the park. A marathon innings, and you mentioned the amount of running that he's done. So no surprise to see that he's not on the park. Maybe having a well-deserved rest after that big 3-figure mark that he got to today. Helping his team to get to 307.
that concludes the power play. Turnover's gone 42 for the loss of 1. Now I said Flexbrand Knights would have been happy with anything 50 or less with a wicket or 2 down, and they've got themselves exactly that.
So into the attack, the old faithful Malusi Siboto. Always know what you'll get from Malusi. He executes his role superbly well. Gives nothing away, does Malusi Siboto.
Now that you mention Old Faithful going down memory lane, I'm recalling Johan van der Walt. So, long-standing cricketer at the Knights. Oh, on the pads up front.
Just the bowler appealing. From our vantage point here, it did seem like it was going down leg. But it would be interesting to have another look at that. Malusi Siboto, just half a appeal. But that's where he's going to operate. He's always going to look to target the stumps. Brings that LBW mode of dismissal in play. And does vary his space exceptionally well as well. Bowls those leg cutters.
And you said something important there. Varies his pace. And I do believe there's a trick that the Northern Cape Heat missed in their innings. From a spinner's perspective and from the seam. There was a point where they were trying to bowl fuller. Really it was not paying off for them. Snyman licking his lips, striking the ball down the ground. I just think sometimes strategically they missed it in their bowling effort.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And credit to the Northern Cape seamers. I must say they bowled well towards the death, towards the end of the innings, and could have so easily seen this total be above 320, but they pulled it back nicely towards that closing overs. But you do feel they could have missed the trick there with, especially like you mentioned, just taking the pace of it. Up in the air, over mid-wicket. Should only be 1. Yeah. Just over the head of Seth Vleedemouse.
Oh, Rafiq, I don't know how many times we'll talk about Malusi Siboto and just doing the basics and how successful it proves for him. And you just get a sense that what we've been trying to emphasize over this whole season, especially in Division 2, that there's so much you can learn from a seamer such as him.
Yeah.
Not particularly fast or anything special, but can do exactly what is required and just sticks to it.
Yeah, you always see clear plans from him and good execution to those plans. And it would be interesting to see what, his economy rate is.
Moving early out of his crease. Yeka, before that ball was delivered. Not able to get it away. So only 2 runs so far in this first over.
Good one so far. So going at just over 5, and in his List A career, which has been a long one, he's played 141 List A matches, and Malusi Siboto has done a job for most of the teams that he's been playing for. Remember in 2005, first time I saw Malusi Siboto in and this is my memory now. It sounds like I sound like you, John. said yesterday, earlier on, I can't remember what I ate yesterday, but 2005 in his London, and he came out to play for the Western Province under 19 team in his London, and got selected for the SA schools team during that tournament. And same thing as what he did here, just came in and did a job, ran in, hit a length. If memory serves me well, that was the year when Dean Elgar got selected as the SA under 19 captain. Players like Craig Kieswetter, amongst others, who were at that week. Malusi Siboto has looked after himself so well. He's probably in the best shape that I've seen him for some time. You know that he's given up eating meat, he's become a vegetarian, and it's all worked out well for him.
Goodness, Rafiq, your memory is superb.
I remember that year because that was the first year where I was actually, called up to be an SA under 19 and SA schools selector. Wayne Parnell, 15-year-old, played at that specific week. We also selected him in the SA schools and SA under 19 team, and like they say, the rest is history. So I always remember a number of names from that specific year. It's also the year where the Free State team got relegated after we've won the under 19 week the previous year in Pretoria. And Philip Radley, myself, Philip was the coach of our under 19 team in 2004.
More than 2 decades ago. Can you believe it? Time has moved on.
So the long-term memory probably still there, but short-term, like I said, I can't remember what I ate yesterday. So it's interesting, Dane Pitt, we just mentioned earlier on the 2 most successful bowlers for the Knights operating in tandem at the moment. Dane Pitt from the Loch Logan end, Malusi Siboto from the Willows end. And it's going to be interesting to see how the Northern Cape team navigate themselves through this phase of the game.
As Rafiq takes a well-deserved break, I'm joined again in commentary by Mr. Bitsu, who's no stranger to this field nor the game.
Yes, John. I was surprised, really, to see Lucy coming in, and I was thinking to myself, when is Dan Pitt going to come in?
Talk about hunting in packs. This has been one of the hunting packs of Division 2. Malusi Siboto and Dane Pitt. They've worked really back well together. They've clawed their way back into matches they didn't look like they were going to win. And for the first time, they're sitting in a commanding position here in the 13th over. Northern Cape Heat requiring 260 runs to win off 228 deliveries. 1 wicket down, that of Ghana Tar.
They wouldn't mind those ones at all.
No, they wouldn't, and it's been the way they play. They control in which areas the ball gets hit and they score from, and they're happy to control that, and slowly but surely, like a constrictor, they just suck the runs out of it. And before you know it, that run rate achieved, we saw it within Inyati's side, goes from 8 runs and over to 4 runs and over, and it drops below 4, and they just keep on restricting, just slowing the game down as much as they possibly can. And it's truly an art form.
Another dot ball for Sipoto. Asking the fine leg to come up a bit.
Now that's the 50 up for the Northern Cape Heat. It's come from 83 deliveries, 3 fours and 1 6. They've lost the 1 wicket. Got a long way to go. But at the moment, they're going steadily. Dragging it across the line to deep square leg. Come back for the 1. One thing we can notice, Pizza, which we mentioned with the Northern Cape Heat innings with their bowling, is the fielding positions. And notice, especially on the long boundary, how deep or how much they've come off the ring. Sweep on the offside is a good 15 meters inside. And it just helps restrict the possibility of that second run. So it concludes the over. 13 gone, 51 for 1.
For sure, John, because it shows how well do the Knights understand their ground. Where and how to cover.
They've just been able to force dot balls time and time again. Dane Pitt to continue. Looks as if that one was going away from Warne Venter. Dane Pitt, he's got a sweep on the offside, long on, but deep mid wicket square leg.
Marlo Water and Dane Pitt have been working so well this competition as a bowling pad.
It's faster this time, it's pulled hard. It's in between the cap. Cole Abrams does the fielding alongside Patrick Buerta. Come back for 2. Partnership now worth 51 runs. It's come off 83 deliveries.
And run rate climbing to 7.
Oh, stepping across his wickets, trying to get it into that pockets on the offside, on the onside. EK getting a thick outside edge, going down to backward point. Pardon me, Venter. So yes, you bring up a point there. It's that the required run rate has now creeped to 7 runs and over. As we see Jock Snyman come to the leg slip. Oh, reverse sweep. It's got it very fine. Mbongi's doing the chasing. Does get there. And he restricts the 3rd run. Brilliantly done by him. Concludes the 14th over, 56 for 1.
Shows the commitment of the nice fielders to work with the bowlers. I mean, if you are a bowler, you would love to see that, especially when you are bowling and the fielders feeling like that for you. That gives you more encouragement to come back and bowl better. Most of the bowlers will tell you that nothing gives me joy to see the fielders giving. or putting their body down.
That's certainly the case. We see Sabota to continue. Third man brought up into the circle. Sweeper, fine leg, deep square leg and deep mid wicket. Patrick Huerta taking mid wicket. Yeah, he's in frame now. So the field currently set allows Mauricio Saboto to attack the stumps. He loves to come straight in. Give him a bit of protection on both sides. Quick run taken.
What you do against Malus is that you don't want to play and miss him, because once you miss him, you know that there's a possibility of LBW every time, because he's bowling wicket to wicket. And variation of pace that it brings in. Quite a difficult bowler to bat against. Another dot ball from Siboto.
Just looking at Ika moving around in the crease or taking different guards. Coming a bit forward. Took a leg stop guard on this occasion. Trying to create a bit of space. Disrupt Mauricio Saboto. Ineffective at the moment. Just simply not able to get the ball away. This over, 4 dots thus far and 1 single. That run rate achieved has dropped to 3.8. Run rate required 7.1. As I said, constricting.
Another dot ball from Mauricio Siboto. That concludes the 15th over. 57 for 1. The Northern Cape hits. Monefenter on 21. And Nonelela Ika on 27.
Now, importantly about those two scores is the amount of balls they've faced. Venter has faced 43 deliveries for his 21. Ika has faced 44 deliveries for his 27.
That's a 1 too long on.
So this is just one of those things where you can see the difference in strategy, bowling areas, execution, and the difference that it makes. Oh, there's an appeal. Bit of confusion out there. Ruin Haasbrook behind the wickets. And the reason why I say that is the running. The running of the Flexbrand Knights was relentless. Every delivery you felt they were taking a single or two. Isaac Tichale, who's not on the field, well deserved break for his century. Quick single taken on this occasion. They were just able to unlock the areas to score runs. And just kept the run rate going. Even when they were going through a rough patch, they just were able to keep the run rate above 4, get it to 5, And then latest start. This one swept hard. And this one, Cole Abrams will not be cutting off. It's a brilliantly struck boundary from Morne Venter, coming across his wickets.
Yes, John, mentioning the running between the Knights and the Northern Cape differences is because the left-right hand combination plays a big difference in these conditions. That's one down, long off, and it concludes the 16th over, 64 for 1.
Just looking at that boundary, you can just see the field placements of the Flexbrand Knights. Everyone off the ring quite a bit. Your deep mid wicket much more square. On that occasion, deep square leg was behind square, obviously to protect a bit more of the fine leg region as well. But just finding that boundary where deep square would have been easily. Some supporters here at the Mangaung Oval. The young man. And as they say in Afrikaans, there's a wydloper.
That's what you don't want to bowl. Yeah, mentioning that field placing, the difference with the Knights and the Northern Cape Peas is that the Knights knows this grounds very well.
Short, it's pulled. Oh, it's one bounce to deep square leg. Ruben Maree doing the fielding. That away to fine leg. A lot of foot movement before that delivery is delivered from Yika. Jumping to his off stump, jumping back to leg stump. Just finding any way possible to put off Malusi Soboto. So far, the only over that he has not gotten a dot ball. Ah, there it is. This is the danger of bowlers like Malusi Soboto, because he's not necessarily fast, not necessarily threatening, but before he came into bowl, required run rate was 6.7, around there, 6.6. He's come in, he's done what he has to do, all of a sudden that rate required is now 7.2. Struck down the ground, well fielded at mid-on, and before you know it, that run rate required has jumped up almost out of reach, and you really need to put your foot down, and it just forces the mistakes to come.
Well, this is where Siboto and Dane Peter playing the difference between the two teams. We've seen it in the past matches, we've seen it today. The experience between the two of them is very vital for the Knights team.
Stepping away again this time, getting it to the offside, coming through for a single. That's the end of 17, and that should be our first drinks break. 69 on the board for one. Having a look at the umpires. just communicating. Does seem as if we'll have another over. Foster from Dane Piet.
Another dot ball.
Running on the first. A lot of work to do. I won't get back for the second.
Well, ball 10 feet. Another dot ball. Fourth one in this over. That's the bowling pair you wouldn't want to face. Especially when your team is in this position. John?
So play to the offside. Running on for the second. Good pick up. They'll get there easily. End of the 18th. 73 for the loss of one, and we will now have that drinks break. back after the drinks break, and we've got a bowling change for you. Bongi Mhlanga is coming in from the Willow's End. He's been good in the field. Left arm orthodox introduced. Just look where that man is on the sweeper boundary. Just have a look at that. Because where he's standing, there's no possibility of a two.
Now this is the difference between the Knights and the Northern Cape Heat.
Oh, cut late. Oh, misfield. Oh. Bit of miscommunication. Morne Fenter took off. Was halfway down the crease. Throw came in from, I believe it's Joe van Dijk there. But Mhlanga not able to get that ball in hand quick enough to take off the bails. Floated nicely. It's a...
That's a better flight.
That's what we want to see.
That's what you want to see, and that's the one line that you would want to bowl as a bowler. Better. Dot ball again.
Now, Bongi Mhlanga opened the bowling on several occasions where his first spell was not always something he would be happy with. But at this point, he's on the money from ball one. Oh, big appeal.
He doesn't have to rush. I mean, the way he's bowling the last 4 balls, better than the first one.
Oh, goodness. Trying to go for the reverse sweep. It beats him. And Ron Hosbrook wasn't able to pick that one up. They're running again. Just waiting for a signal from the umpire. It will be signaled byes. That will conclude Mbongi Mhlanga's first over. 77 for 1. The end of 19.
Morne Fenter on 31 or 54 balls. Nonela Yika 33 or 57 balls.
Dane bid to continue. Wondering if we're going to be seeing on the big scoreboard today a comparative score against the Flexbrand Knights. Oh, beating the outside edge. Couple of looks at the umpire. No appeal. Trying the reverse sweep again, not getting it.
That's another dot ball to Pete. Third of the over.
And the pressure is building. 4 dot balls in a row. That rate required has jumped to 7.6. This one they do get away. But because of where those fielders are, second run is not on. Small differences that matter in the outfield here at the Mangaung Oval. Oh wow, this one, Warner Fenter coming big step across his wickets to the offside, trying to access the onside. Dane Pitt follows him and says, not on my watch. It's the end of the 20th over, 78 for the loss of 1.
Well, I think when you are Mbongi Mhlanga at this time, Justin, you want to keep the rhythm going. What Dane Peter's done at side, you want to bring it to the side and keep the run rate as slow as possible.
100%. I think he bowled a pretty good first over. I think the length for Bongi Mhlanga is key. Get it as full as possible, get the batsman on the front foot. Now that's a good length.
And a dot ball, the one that you were just talking about.
Yeah, just from a comparison point of view, after 10 overs, the Northern Cape were 42 for 1. And the Knights were 45 without loss. Swept away to deep square just for 1. Yeah, and the Knights were 97 without loss at drinks. Northern Cape beat 73 for 1. So Northern Cape behind the 8 ball here. Run rate 7.7. And the current run rate 4.0. Another dot from Bongi. You have to commend the Knights on their fielding, cutting off those twos, making sure they're 15 meters off the boundary. Just the one.
That doesn't worry, getting ones every time when it goes to the deep. As you just said, the deep fielders cutting those second ones into ones. That's the difference between the Knights and the Northern Cape Heat.
Once again, good line in length, good fielding as well once again. It's the end of the over. 5 runs coming from an 82 for 1 after 21 overs. Yeah, and Mhlanga looking very, very confident with the older ball. We used to see him taking the new ball in the power play, but he looks more relaxed, more in control with the older ball. Time Pete to continue from the Loch Logan end into his 6th over. Swept away behind square. Good running. Coming back for the second is Venter. Maree Venter 34-58. He got 37 of 66 balls. A partnership of 82. That's a good shot past extra cover. That's 4.
And then Pete bowled that one a bit faster. And I think you brought earlier that when you bowl faster as a spin bowler, you seem to be losing your length, and that's when the batsman capitalizes on that. Slower one dot ball.
Yeah, that's the first boundary in 6 overs. Good shot there from Maree Venter. Another dot ball. Swept away behind square. Work to do there for deep square leg. Just keep it to one. Good fielding once again from Abrams. like we mentioned, cutting off that angle. We saw with Northern Cape, they're running around the ball. It's a good fielding there from Abrams. He had work to do there to cut it down just to one. That's the end of the over. 7 runs coming from it. 89 for 1 after 22.
Well, Justin, the nice fielders has backed up their bowlers, and that gives you the courage as a bowler to want to come back and bowl the next over, knowing that the guys will support you all the way, and putting their body on line for you. And I think that's the best thing that they've done. Also, this campaign to have played with everything that they have. It shows how important is it for them to win a treble, because they are well aware of it, that they are within it. You don't want to bowl it there. Like you said, in bowling, you just need to get his length correct in the line. With the way things are going now, when you look at the way Yika is batting and Fender is batting, the pressure is mounting on them, and the question would be in their head that what is it, where are we going to score from? So we need to get as much runs as possible.
Yeah, even though they're on a 90-run partnership, you won't feel like they're hurting the Knights at the moment. Because the Knights won't mind giving the ones. Another confusion there in the middle. You just feel like something is about to happen.
Yeah, as we were saying, the pressure is mounting on these guys, and then you could see with the way they want to run, even if the run is not there, but one would also want to take that one. That's one to end it over to Yika. It's 93 for 1 after 23 overs. Yika 39 of 71 balls. Mornef entered 41 of 64 balls.
Yeah, run rate required moves to 8. The run rate achieved is at 4.0. So like I mentioned, even though this partnership is 90 odd runs between, 91 between Venter and Yika, they will still feel the pressure.
And the skipper Dan Pitt still bowling from the Lochlogan end. Definitely doesn't mind those ones, Justin. Dan Pitt.
Yeah, and as we saw with the Knights innings, it's difficult to just come in and hit the ball. So once that run rate creeps up to 10 and 11, there's an opportunity. Just need to have another look at that.
That's a one again. To deep point.
Just another one tucked there to deep mid wicket for one. I think it's important for the Knights just to be aware that something might happen sooner rather than later, because the ones are not doing it here for Northern Cape Heat. The Knights wouldn't mind that. It's run rate achieved. Still at 4 and run rate required 8.1.
That run rate is busy climbing up. Just a meeting between the senior guys.
He count 41 of 74. Fenter 43 of 67. And then one to the sweeper boundary on the offside. Yeah, and I think if once that rate comes to 9 or 10 runs per over, the panic will start to creep in here for the Northern Cape Heat.
Bit discussing the fielding areas. Very interesting to see what's their plan here. How are we navigating through this bowling that the Knights are giving to us?
Yeah, and as we see a fielding change, deep mid wicket comes up to mid wicket. Mid off drops to long on. As we see, mid wicket went to backward point, so we have a short third man backward point, extra cover. Sweeper out on the offside, long off, long on, mid wicket in a deep square leg, on the 45. And as we said, that to that deep mid wicket area, one bounce for much needed boundary here for the Northern Cape Heat, and that brings up the 100 partnership. 101 for 151 balls between Fenter and Ika.
And that partnership comes with 156 balls faced, 1-6 and 6-4s between the two.
Yeah, and with Bonkim Shlanga, you have the tendency to go just too straight at times. He has that 45, that fine leg in place.
That's a good ball.
So if he's disciplined enough, he can take out that short fine leg, put him at deep mid wicket, seeing that he's turning the ball away from the right hander.
Yes, I think that's correct. As you just said it, force the batsman to sweep to that area.
That was the end of the over. 7 runs coming from it. 104 for 1 after 25. And that brings Jock Snyman into the attack from the Loch Logan end, replacing Dane Pitt. He's bowled 7 overs on the trot.
And required run rate keeps climbing, Justin. 8.2 now.
Yeah, Northern Cape needing 204 runs of 150 balls. And that's the 50 up for Maree Venter. 50 of 72 balls. 4 boundaries from him. Just do another one. Not too long one for 1.
I don't think Jacques Snyman is minding those. Another one to deep point. We're talking about cutting those 2s into 1s. How difficult it makes it for the batsmen to 10 for 2. They've done a brilliant job, the Knights, to cut those 2s. Just giving 1s.
Well, that's the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it. 109 for 1 after 26. And Northern Cape Heat needing 199 runs to win of 144 balls. Something's got to give, yeah. Somebody have to make the play. Who will it be? Maree Venter, Hika, partnership of 100, but still behind the 8 ball here.
Bold young man.
Ball there from Bloemfontein. I must say I've been impressed with the length he's been bowling today. Like I've mentioned, he seems more in control, more confident with the older ball. Once again, good length. There's a good rhythm going here.
Yeah, Mbongi is bowling pretty well so far. That's a 1, he wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, just with those 2 dot balls, the start of this over, the required run rate kept up to 8.4. It was 8.2 before this over. Swept away by Ika. Good fielding from Langa. Kept it down to 1.
Keeping the pressure, nice fielders on the Northern Cape Heat.
Once again, cut away. Slightly too short from Bloemfontein. Still wouldn't mind that singles. But he wants to operate in a more fuller length. Top edge. Just one down to deep square leg. And as a bowler, you won't mind that sweep shot.
Not at all, Justin, especially when the batsman doesn't have the confidence to play that sweep shot. I mean, it's okay with you because now that gives you more chance to get a wicket.
Yeah, and 4 runs coming from the Bongi Mhlanga's over. 113 for 1 after 27.
Required run rate 8.5.
Yeah, as I explained, if once that rate goes to 9, 10s and over, it will be difficult
Dot ball from Snyman.
to reach that. And the difference here is just the way the Knights have fielded, keeping those 2s down to 1s. There's been a lot of 1s hitting to the sweepers, where with the Knights innings there was a lot of 2s and 3s ran between Ruben Maree and Isak Tichale. Another one there too long on. Another one hit straight to middle for 1. Langa does the fielding. It's the end of the Jock's Snyman's over. 4 runs coming from it, 117 for 1 after 28. Once again, run rate required 8.7. Slowly but surely, that rate is increasing.
Bongi Mhlanga continuing from the Willows end. The question is between the two batsmen, who's willing to take risks to start chasing this 191?
Good shot there by Fenter. Slight fumble there from Pat Porter, but still just a 1. Inside half of the bat. Just 1 run there to the square leg area. Fielding done there by Langa. You just feel something will happen. So interesting that for Fenter they have a deep mid wicket, deep square leg, a mid wicket and a mid on. Good feeling of his own bowling. Bongi Mhlanga. And for Hika, he will have 2 points, extra cover long off, a long on, and a mid wicket and a deep square leg. Cut away there to the sweeper boundary on the offside for 1. With Hika on strike. You see the fielding change, long on, long off. Sweep on the offside in a deep square leg. No deep mid wicket. Nice and full. That's a good length once again from Umhlanga inside it to the square leg area. And that brings up the 50 for Hika. 50 of 85 balls. 2 fours, 1 6. Partnership of 119 between Hika and Venter.
Another dot ball from Bongi Mhlanga. And that's the end of the 29th over. 121 for 1. Northern Cape hit. I mean, Justin, as you're saying, you sense that something is going to happen soon. Because someone has to take risks. If you want to win this game, you still have 9 wickets. 126 balls left. 187 runs to win.
Now reverse sweep there by Hika. Work to do there for the deep point fielder. Good fielding. 2 runs. Ruben Maree does the fielding.
Dot ball, Snyman.
Run out opportunity. One leg by
That required run rate is 9 at this moment. That's a white ball on the leg side.
another dot ball. Risky shot there by Venter, exposing his thumbs. Just get back on that one. Another dot ball. And there's an average of 2 dot balls per over. Another single down to long on. It's the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it. 126 for 1 after 30. Northern Cape Heat needing 182 runs from 120 balls. Run rate required is 9.1. And run rate achieved at this point in time is 4.2.
So a good partnership here, Justin, but my only concern is just looking at the match situation. It's the rate at which they've been batting. That is a concern for me. So 20 overs to go and 182 to win.
It's again a good length there from Bongi Mhlanga. He's looked good with the older ball, like I explained. More confidence, more consistency in his line and length. Another dot ball.
Bongi has bowled a lot better, as you've said. His bowling figures also suggest that. Better pace as well today from him.
Hitting the ball straight. Over. 1 bounce. Over mid on. Much needed boundary here for the Northern Cape Heat.
And I think that is what is needed at this stage of the game. Both these batters need to accelerate the tempo, and if that is anything to go by, it seems like there's some intent being shown here by these two batters out in the middle.
Good cricket. Good shot there by Venter. One down to long off. Yeah, in on average they're getting 2 dot balls in and over. Minimum of 2 dot balls.
We saw in the Knights innings, especially those last 5 to 6 overs, it wasn't as if they, obviously there was a massive acceleration. Also credit to the Northern Cape bowlers who's bowled well during that stage of the game. And the Northern Cape side would be looking to, obviously from here on in with wickets in hand, looking to up that run rate a bit. And there's still a lot of batting to come. We mentioned players like Ronan Herman, quality cricketer, can get his runs quickly. Tahir Isaacs, Romano Terblanche, Sanka Kumalo, all guys that can do some damage with the bat. So the platform is laid, but they need to up that run rate at the moment.
Oh, that's the end of the over. 7 runs coming from it. 133 for 1 after 31.
12th man bringing some drinks out. Could be a message also from the change room. Maybe telling them to get going a bit. And usually you would look at a situation and say one of these batters needs to go. But if in the situation where they're in, you'd most probably think both of them need to make a player. And whoever stays in towards, if they do lose a wicket, the rest of the other batter probably needs to look to bat through the innings.
Yeah, partnership 131 between these two. Very good partnership. And what they don't want to do is both of them go and then they go bang bang, getting 2 new batters at the crease with the required rate at 9.2. Swept. One bounce to deep square.
And with this big outfield, we've seen a number of balls fall just short of those fielders into those open pockets. It's been a feature of this game. And the running between the wickets has also been a good feature of the game, where we've seen some good running between the wickets. Again, quick single. Yika off the mark quickly. Massive game taking place elsewhere in the world. T20 World Cup final in India. And just looking at that first power play with the Indian side batting first, looks like they're set to get a big total there. I think that's the area where the Knights might have been, and you mentioned it being better than the Northern Cape Heat, getting those boundary riders to attack the ball quickly and make sure that they keep those, cut those twos out and make sure that it stays to 1.
That's the end of the over. 4 runs coming from it. 137 for 1 after 32. Yeah, Ref, and I just think they're not running the first one hard. As we saw with Ruben Maree, Sakti Khale. They ran the first one hard, putting the fielders under pressure. which created a few fumbles and a few misfields in the deep. Only Mhlanga to continue from the Willows end. He's bowled well.
And if you look at those scores, both batters on 60, but both the Venter, his 60 came off 91 balls, and Yika, he's 95. So that strike rate's not maybe threatening at the moment.
Good shot there, past extra cover. That should have been two.
Coming
Returning for two. Good fielding there by Pat Botha. It's just the throw to the bowler's end. Could have been better.
Yeah, Pat Botha at his age, an excellent fielder and athlete.
Good length from Mhlanga. Apart from that 4 and 6 Hika hit it from Langa, there's no boundary options from him other than that reverse sweep or sweep. So the Knights wouldn't mind bowling to him. Venter on the other end got a couple of boundaries.
He does use the crease, but he does play his hand too early, so to speak, showing the stumps early to the bowler, and Mhlanga following him and making sure that he's up to it. Looking at that run rate required at the moment, 9.6, and I'm afraid to say if they need boundaries at this stage of the game. 1s and 2s might not be enough, so at some stage you're looking for them to pull the trigger.
A good shot down to long off, just for one. And we saw a field change there to Maree. Venter, short fine leg, square leg in the ring, and it was a deep mid wicket. Now he goes to deep square again for Ika. Cut away again for one. The sweep, a boundary on the offside.
This partnership now worth 140. So a good partnership. The only concern, as we've said a couple of times, is the rate at which they've been scoring.
A well play there by Venter again. One down to long one. That's the over 6 runs coming from it. 143 for one after 33. Right, the platform is laid here by the Northern Cape Heat. A good partnership between Venter, Hika. Still batting to come. Will they leave it for the last 10 overs? Will they go before the last power play? Just to get momentum into that last power play. So it will be interesting to see what they do. A good effort there at mid wicket. So 1 run.
Yeah, Seth Vleermouse, the man in that mid wicket position. One of the better fielders in this Knights team. Obviously getting key fielders into those key positions at the moment are the Knights.
It's cut away in front of square for 4. Good shot from Ika. Good use of his feet. Snyman too short and wide.
Just looking at that sweep on the offside and the angle that he's been operating almost behind square, and not a good delivery there from Snyman. Dragged it short.
I think the angle of the deep point is because of that reverse sweep.
That Yeka's been playing here. can sense that there's a little bit more urgency out there in the middle at the moment. And that's the 150 partnership coming off 210 balls, 8 boundaries and 1 maximum. Again, that sweeper, got to question that because they're going to get another 2 to that sweeper boundary.
Yeah, that brings up the 150 partnership between these two. Good partnership indeed. Run out opportunity. Direct hit. Not out.
Ika's made his ground, but similar trend here as to the Knights innings where we see runs flowing freely. Lots of 1s and 2s on offer. It was to be expected on a good wicket with a massive outfield. Again, just the 1 to Patrick Botha on that deep mid-wicket boundary.
It's the end of the over. A good one for Northern Cape. Beat 11 runs coming from it. 154 for 1 after 34.
So a couple more overs like that would be what the doctor ordered here for the Northern Cape Heat. Just the concern for the Knights is obviously those wickets in hand.
Yeah, an interesting phase still lying ahead. The spinners have done the job here for the Knights, keeping everything quiet, even though there was a couple of boundaries in between. But the seamers still have to come back. And will that be the change? The momentum shift here for the Northern Cape Heat. Still needing 155 of 96 balls. Run rate required 9.6. Run rate achieved 4.5.
16 overs to go, including this one. Malusi Siboto still got 6 of that left. Dane Pitt another 3. So 9 overs between them. And they are the 2 most experienced bowlers for the Knights. So that is the one big positive in favour of the Knights, if you look at it that way. Just below 10 required at the moment. Oh, that's close. That's
Given. Much needed wicket for the Knights. Hongi Mhlanga gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, and the reverse sweep that has been fruitful for Ika has ultimately been his undoing. Shlanga goes straight, hits him adjacent, and that's the end of Ika. Out for 68 off 102 balls. So a strike rate at this stage of just more or less about 70. It's got 3 boundaries and 1 6 in that innings. And he departs, and the Northern Cape total 155 for 2. So welcome wicket there for the Knights. As we see the new batter making his way to the middle. That's the captain, Ronan Herman, former SA Under-19 cricketer, and played his schoolboy cricket up in the Highveld CGL, Central Gauteng Lions. Very much capable of taking this game forward and getting that rate required down. Here's Ronan Herman. But it is a new batter in, Justin, and what we've often seen with new batters coming to the crease is that the run rate required usually goes up first, and the Knights will be looking to bowl a number of dot balls during this phase. interesting to see how Venter is going to go about his business now with the loss of Yika. Is he going to trying to kick on or look to bat through the innings?
And as a Northern Cape team, you don't want to go bang bang, lose 2 quick wickets, and it's not that easy coming in and just playing your shots. You still have to get your eye in. You still have to get used to the wicket.
I'll say it again. It's Bongi Mshlanga's pace has been a lot better this match as well as his control, the lengths that he's bowled. So in previous matches, trying to bowl too quickly and at times dragging it short, and he's had a lot better control during this game. Just reward for him as well.
That's a good follow-up delivery to a new batter.
Yeah,
good line, good length.
Attacking the stumps, making sure that he gets the LBW mode of dismissal in play. Oh, big swing there. Play and a miss. Shows the intent from the Northern Cape batters. The captain coming in, looking to make a play. And immediately a change in the field. Dane Pitt decides to get his long on, coming back into the ring. And he goes out himself to that deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, just with that dot ball, the run rate required 10.1. Cut away. It's for 1.
Good over there by the Knights. Just the 2 runs conceded and the big wicket of Yika. After 35, 156 for 2. So just over 10 required from here on in. It's going to be a tough ask, but it's not impossible, Justin.
Yeah, most certainly, but they will want to get this partnership going first. Like I said, it's not easy to come in and play your shots. So in that period, the Knight would want to build some pressure. Bowl to the captain.
The duck with Lewis pass score is always an indication of whether you're staying up with the rate or not. And at this stage, not that the rain would be a factor. The duck with Lewis pass scores 185. So almost about 30 runs behind. But like we say, the big thing here is they got those wickets in hand. And a little cameo required here from one of these batters coming in, trying to get that rate down. And still very much gettable as we see a bowling change from the Loch Logan end. Langa, Sidembile Langa, got a wicket in his first over. Got some nice movement through the air into the right-handers with the new ball. He's going to have a deep square, sweep out on the offside. Third man and a fine leg. We've seen this field for much of this game during this stage of the game. And where the Northern Cape Heat got it wrong with this field is at times they bowl too full. Oh, good length. Beats the outside edge, Langa. And the Knights go bang, bang. And we spoke about that. That is the end of Ronan Herman. He has to depart with his score on 1. And the Knights taken 2 wickets in 2 overs. 156 for 3. We just spoke about that, Justin. Losing 2 wickets in quick succession. And this Northern Cape Heat side now on the back foot. Yeah.
Very good length there from Langa. But like I said, it's not easy coming in and playing your shots. You need to get your eye in first.
And I suppose there wasn't that time for him also. He needed to come in and make a play. And unfortunately for him, Langa was on the money, on the button. And that's a big wicket. As we see the new batter making his way to the middle. Looks like Tahir Isaacs, the wicket keeper. Spoke a little bit about him earlier on. Kimberley boy. Went up to Northwest University Picker to go and play his cricket up there. Subsequently also got the opportunity to play for the Northwest Dragons. And he's back home now in Kimberley in the Northern Cape and playing for the Northern Cape Heat. Another player that was selected for the USA team last December in Stellenbosch. Spoke about all these players coming through that university system pipeline. Seen another one of them recently getting recognition and higher honours. Forrester, Duan Forrester, got called up to the Proteas team recently. He's also a player that has come through that university system. Langa to the left-handed Isaacs. Looks like a bit of a run fest down in the T20 final. India batting first, 121, 127 for 5 after 9.5 overs. Should only be one, but he's coming back for the second. A whippet between the wickets, Tahir Isaacs. See Ruan Haasbroek, the wicketkeeper, trying to get those angles right. I mentioned earlier on the importance of the wicketkeeper and the role they have to play, especially on these big fields with the massive pockets. And that's where we felt that the Northern Cape Heat team maybe missed the trick. Just getting that angles right and getting those boundary riders off the boundary to those long boundaries. Wide signal by umpire Jele. The question is, does Morne Venter look to bat through the innings or look to accelerate and up that run rate at the moment? You don't sense that somebody like Tahir Isaacs will, clear the boundary too often.
So that's the end of there with 3 runs coming from it. 160 for 3 after 36. Yeah, that's the interesting scenario here for Venter, because you don't want to lose Venter as well. He might be the player that's in that needs to hit a couple of boundaries, but you don't want to lose him. You don't want 2 new batters at the crease with the run rate required at 10.6. Bonkim Schlanga to bowl his last over.
Yeah, this over will be telling to see what Venter's plans are. Still just looking to rotate at this stage. But a good matchup here for the Northern Cape Heat with a left-handed Isaacs facing the left-arm spinner. If he is going to look to take him on, he's going to look to take him on to the long boundary. See Pat Botha almost 30 meters in from the boundary, this long on boundary. Cole Abrams as well, about 20 meters, 30 meters also in from that deep mid-wicket boundary. So the Knights asking him to take a chance. Quicker by Mhlanga. They're going to look to come back for the second, but Abrams cuts it down quickly. Make sure that it's only one. You'd think that the Knights should be or would be the happier side at the moment, as we see that run rate required getting to that 11 mark at the moment, Justin.
Yeah, most definitely.
Big hit.
Big hit. There's a fielder. Taken! Another big wicket here for all the Knights. Bongium Mhlanga gets Morne Venter.
And Ruben Maree, the fielder, in that deep mid-wicket position. And that's the end of an in-batter, Morne Venter. And exactly what we said the Northern Cape team could not afford. Venter departs for 73 off 105 balls. And two new batters out in the middle for the Northern Cape Heat. You do expect that rate required to go up and to create further pressure. And as they say in this game, pressure creates wickets.
Yeah, that will be the drinks break. Much deserved for the Knights.
Back after the drinks break. New batter making his way to the middle, Romano Terblanche. So we see a summarized scorecard. 161 for 4 after 36.4 overs, the Northern Cape Heat. They're looking to chase down that total of 307. But we've got two new batters, John, out in the middle and two left-handers. So we would expect Mhlanga to finish off at this end with his last two balls and Dane Pitt to follow him to bowl to these two left-handers.
That's what we expect. Sitembile Langa doing an excellent job with ball in hand. 2 for 23 and 6. Mbongi Mlanga, he's finishing his spell. He's bowled excellently here today for the Flexbrand Knights.
Yeah, it was Langa that got that big breakthrough for the Knights when he came back for his second spell, you're right. It's also had a good day with the ball for the Knights. Sitembile Langa. Oh, interesting. Don't think the keeper knew too much about that one. The homeboy, Romano Terblanche, out in the middle. Certainly hold a bat and play his part. Good stop there by the youngster, Dane Pitt.
That brings the end of Mbongi Mhlanga's spell, and he's been good today. 2 for 42 in his 10. We spoke about the variation of pace that he brought in today and the lines and lengths he were bowling, where we felt in the past he was darting it in a bit too much. Well, today he played around with the pace, really worked well. In a partnership and a wicket that was not complimentary of spinners, he's done well today.
Yeah, and credit, I think he's usually in the past bowled during that power play, not easy with those two fielders out. And this time around, obviously, they allowing him to bowl during a phase where he could have settled in, and he's done well, is Mbongi Mhlanga. Good fielding again by the Knights in that cover area. So it's Seth Vleermouse diving around, making sure that he does not concede any runs. It is Seth.
Ruan Hosbrook doing pretty much a whole lap to give a high five there to Seth Vleermouse.
Yeah, he's brought good energy. Ruan, you mentioned it earlier on. Obviously saved a lot of energy, only batting for, what was it, only out there in the middle for 1 over, only facing 1 ball. Saved all that energy for his time in the field. Ruan Hasbrook, good team man. Yeah, and as we speak, that run rate required goes up to 11.5. Langa doing a job here for the Knights. Upish through that gap. It's going to run away for 4. Romano Terblanche loves that area. He's got good hands. Does like to play through that extra cover area. Spoke earlier on about 2004 when the Free State team won the Kayamajola under 19 week in Pretoria. And I will never forget that Romano Terblanche was in the middle, batting with Piet van Biljon to get us the winning runs, get us that partnership to win us that final during that 2004 Kayamajola week. Good running, good running. We've seen that feature of this game. Tuck to the leg side. Now going to look for 2. Besides, wisely against that. Fielding done there by Ruben Maree. He's taken a good catch early on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Obviously, Ruben Maree also somebody that has kept wicket during his school career. So a number of keepers. Garnet Tar, you mentioned earlier, out in the outfield today. Ruben Maree, another of those that a wicket keeper in his school days. Good end to the over from Sitembile Langa. Only the 6 runs conceded, and that rate required now 11.7.
Yeah, at the start of this one-day cup, we had a conversation with Coach JP and said they were aiming for the treble in this season and that they're doing their preparations for Div 1. We mentioned that in this season there has been some points lacking, gaps in their bowling, in their batting. Well, we saw it getting exposed against SVD in Oudtshoorn, where they had their first loss. And you mentioned at the beginning of this game, Rafiq, whether the penny has dropped for them. Well, they're back home and they've put up quite a performance here today.
Yeah, good disciplined performance with bat and ball, as we see the captain, Dane Pitt, back in the attack. And we expected as much with the 2 left-handers out in the middle, looking at them to hit to the long boundary towards the western side. Dane Pitt, he's been good in this competition and right throughout the season. Tahir using his feet just for 1 too long off. Knights won't mind that. Not too much damage done, as we said. From here on in, you do get the feeling 1s and 2s will not be enough. We need to see somebody come out and play some shots, get some boundaries. Maybe Romano Terblanche is that player. Let's see. Oh, thick outside edge. But I think he opened the face of the bat on that one, deliberately playing it down to third man. They're going to look to come back for the third. Terblanche has got, he's made it. Good running there by especially Tahir Isaacs. Almost called him Imran Tahir there for a second.
Call was made early from Tahir Isaacs, just putting the pressure on Ron Hasbrook, the third choice keeper today for the Knights.
Just listening to Justin earlier on, it was interesting because I think he was the keeper in George or in Oudtshoorn earlier this week. So the Knights obviously preferring to have him take the gloves ahead of Isaac Dikhali. So just the 5 runs from this over. Dane Pitt would like to close it out and make sure there's not too much damage, trying to get the right fielders in the right areas, getting Seth Vleedemouse to come around to that point position. It does go to the cover area where they're going to go through for another single. Just 6 conceded of that over. 12 required from here on in.
It's been a very disciplined performance from the Flexbrands Knights, something that we've been wanting for a while, watching.
Yeah.
And a wicket that's been suited to the batsman, as we can see from the wickets column. It's not been easy coming around with wickets. You've really had to graft for them.
And a bowling change from the Loch Logan end. We see Johan van Dijk coming back into the attack. So there'll be pace on the ball to work with. And the Knights will be hoping that this over, Van Dijk hits his straps. But they are in command at this stage, the Flexbrands Knights. 134 to win, only 66 balls left. Run rate required 12.2 at this stage.
So with the 2 left-handers, Johan van Dijk opting to come around the wicket.
Goes in there. Just short of that fielder, Cole Abrams. They're going to come back for the second. So clear intent here from Romano Terblanche. You can see what he's looking to do in this over. And that is why you just sense this could be a key over here for the Knights. Van Dijk needs to get it right. Could have had a wicket there. That ball just falling short of the onrushing Cole Abrams from that sweeper boundary. Hard length there from Johan van Dijk. Blanche just one.
And that's where he wants to bowl. Looking at his field, all his outfielders are behind square or on square. He can't afford to bowl anything fuller or getting hits in front of square. Doesn't have the protection.
Yeah, I spoke about it early on and felt that that was an area that the Northern Cape team got it wrong at times. With the back of a length field bowling full. Again, hard length. Tahir Isaacs looking to pull that, not making any contact. Deep square out. Fine leg out. Good result at the end of the day for the Knights.
Yeah, it's a strategy that works for Johan van Dijk's bowling style. He likes to hit the deck hard. He likes to hit back of the length. Setting the field accordingly.
With past the diving Pat Botha just for one. Pat Botha diving to his right. Keep on complimenting him as an athlete. Still one of the fittest players around. Always gives 100% effort in the field.
Knowing Ruan Derksen, he wouldn't allow anyone not to be fit.
Yeah, Ruan is, as they say, a hell of a station master or taskmaster. Change in the field. Finally coming up. Deep mid wicket going out. Just the one into the covers. It's been a good over this from Johan van Dijk. With one more ball to go in his 6th over, he's conceded that 26 runs. But it's been much better from him. Oh, full toss. Just to the sweeper. Not too much damage done there. Just for one. That's the end of the 40th over. 180 for 4. 12.8 needed in the last 10 overs.
So we go into the final power play of this day. Northern Cape Heat 180 for 4 after 40. They still require 128 runs to win from the last 10 overs or 60 deliveries. Required run rate 12.8. And with the two left-handers out there, Dane Pitt will continue from the Willow's End. Paddled. It's gone fine. Deep square leg will pick it up. And we'll get 2 for it.
Well, I don't think Dane Pete mind those 2s and 1s. He'll be looking to close those boundaries.
At this point, anything that's not a boundary is a win. They'll know that. Advancing. Struck firmly at extra cover. Good stop by Seth Friedemas.
And that stop brings a 1.
In the air. Oh! Dropped by Seth Friedemas. It was a valiant effort, diving to his left in full extension, and the ball just dropped out as he hit the ground. Great athleticism from Seth. This one hit to deep mid wicket. Jock Snyman cuts that off. Be two from it. It's the end of the 41st over. 188 for 4.
The nice fielding has been brilliant this afternoon, John. They haven't given anything away to the Northern Cape. It's
No, not at all. Man, if that catch had stuck from Seth Friedemas, I'm telling you that would have been from the top draw.
that would be one of the catch of the season, wouldn't it?
So Johan van Dijk to continue from the Loch Logan end. He had a very good first over back into the attack. He's been good today. Bowled a good hard line to the opening batsman. He's back into the attack to finish this innings. He's got a deep mid wicket, deep square leg, fine leg, sweeper and a third man.
That's a dot ball from Van Dijk.
He'll do well to get dot balls here. There's no one in the in ring on the onside except from mid on. So no mid wicket. So he's only got mid off cover and backward point to defend. Oh, into the body. They're looking to run. Going to the non-striker. They do get through. Patrick Burton narrowly missing. Umpire does signal leg byes.
Quite happy with the way the game is going now, Dan Pitt, I would suggest.
Yeah, it's a strong performance after their defeat in Oudtshoorn. Short. That's going to be another 2. We saw the Northern Cape Heat bowl brilliantly in the last 10, conceding only 2 boundaries. If I'm not mistaken, again picked up 5 wickets.
Yes, John. That would have been more than 300 runs to chase.
Bowled him! Off stump out of the ground. Johan van Dijk goes fuller. And he hits the top of off, it goes flying. And Tahir Isaacs has to depart for 16 runs from 19 deliveries. That's always a beautiful sight for a seamer when the wickets fly.
Let's have a look at that again.
It's beautiful stuff.
Tahir Isaacs wanted to play that onto the leg side. Missed it completely and the ball hits top of the off stump out of the ground. Beautiful wicket for Johan van Dijk. He has bowled brilliantly today, John. Brilliantly today.
Yeah, and deservingly he picks up his first in his 7th over. So that brings Charles Prinsloo to the middle. He had a good spell with ball in hand, very disciplined. Still relatively new to the scene, the youngster. He's got a very beautiful action were complimenting him. Very fluent. He comes out in a time where his team requires 14 runs to the over. There's 50 deliveries left, and he's got to face probably the fastest man on the field today, Johan van Dijk.
Yeah, Charles Prince looked bold. Good earlier today. That's a dot ball, Johan van Dijk. He's over so far conceded 3 runs and a wicket, which makes it 3 dot balls.
Fuller this time making a run. Being sent back by Blanche.
End of the 42nd over. 191 for 5. Northern Cape hits. Romano Blanche on 16. And Charles Prinsloo still on 0.
So the final over of Dane Piet's spell, to be bold. He's been good again today. 9 overs, 46 runs, no wickets. It's coming in a time where the batsmen have looked to advance and score big, but he's restricted them nicely. So it's always interesting when you look at the figures of the bowlers or the batsmen. It doesn't always tell the context of the game or what was really happening out there.
Not at all, John. Not at all. Because when you look at how things are going now, Northern Cape still needs 116 to win for 47 balls. What do you think the conversation would be between the two batsmen at this point in time?
I think the conversation's simple. Play the ball on merit. Don't overcomplicate it. If it's there to be struck, strike it. If it's not, do what you can. But at this moment, there's nothing really out of the box that's going to be happening. Goes big. Couple of bounces to deep mid wicket.
Then people will be happy with that. Doesn't mind those ones at all.
In the air, down to long off. Patrick Boerte does the fielding. Another single. So that makes 5 singles so far on this over. Fielders having to move around constantly between the left hand, right hand batting combination. Now it's a single off the final delivery. 6 singles in that over. Concludes the 43rd. 197 for 5. Also concludes Dane Piet's spell for the day. 10 overs, 52 runs conceded, no wickets. And interestingly, and I think it just speaks to the conditions and the situation that Flexbrands Knights found themselves in, but Malusi supporters only bowled 4 overs. Haven't seen that in recent times. And he's only conceded 10 runs from it.
I think he's going to come from the side replacing Dane Pete, because Dane Pete is done now.
Oh. An overthrow from Seth Fledermaas. He's been superb in the covers. Always electric, always looking for the run-out opportunity. On this occasion, taking the throw on. Backup not entirely in place.
I would beg Dane Pete to go with Malusi Sibota from Miller's end.
It's high. And it's mighty. Powerful shot from De Blanche. Beautifully picked up. It was angling into his body and just helped it on its way over deep mid wicket. It's a strong fella. A lot of experience under his belt. This time over extra cover. It flies. A couple of bounces. And it's another boundary. So 10 in 2.
I think Romano has decided that he's going to go after Johan van Dijk and see what comes out of it. Eleven of first 3 balls.
That's the old saying, the faster they come, the faster they go. And with the pace of Johan van Dijk, doesn't take much. Strike it cleanly as we see a fielding change now. Bit of deliberation. Fine leg coming up into the circle. Long off being pushed back. Where does Johan van Dijk go? Pulled deep mid wicket. And looking at those 2 shots, you know, being a left-hander, Treblanche is hitting to the shorter boundary,
Yes.
which is much lower risk than the bigger boundary. And for the one over extra cover, there's minimal risk in it. It was over pitched, so it's still sensible cricket that was played. Quick single taken. Oi, Seth Fledermaas. Misrelease in the hand, almost a run, an extra run. Decided to bail on the attempt at the final second. The moment.
Romano would back himself to face this last ball and see what happens with it. Third man up. And mid on out for Romano. Blanche. That's a dot ball. That's the first dot ball of this over. The 44th over. 13 over 210 for 5. Northern Cape hits. Romano Travel Blanche on 20. Charles Prinsley on 15.
So just a correction there. The monitor is not displaying the runs correctly. As the one we have here in the stadium, to Blanche is on 30, Prinsloo is on 5. And it does seem, Pitso, that it looks like Lunga will take here from the Willow's End. Highly anticipated return of Malusi Sabota will have to be delayed. Lunga's bowled well today. 7 overs, 29 runs, 2 wickets, 2 big wickets. Broke the partnership, got the first wicket of Garnetar for 0. He's back into the attack. He's got a third man, sweeper, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket. No fine leg. It's a full toss. Not able to get underneath it.
You don't want to bowl it at, you don't want to bowl it there at this point in time.
Especially not to Blanche. It's got a sniff of what it is to clear the rope. Again, many fielding changes between the left and right hand combination. This time, fine leg coming up into the circle, no third man. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a sweeper. Giving himself room, and it's helped over extra cover, backward point, and it's gone for 4, and whilst that was happening, a no ball was also given. Giving himself room, slicing that over extra cover. Bottom me again, backward point for boundary. So it will also be a free hit. So unnecessary mistake here in the latter stages of this match from Sintabile Langa. He's been superb with ball in hand today. Well, now he's bowling to the monitor Blanche with a free hit. Oh, it was slow, it was wide. He had to wait for it. Cut it. It's only going to be 2. That was a very slow delivery.
Yes, and I think Terrell Blanche is going to want to play everything that Langa bowls to him. It will be very interesting to see how this over goes.
Gives himself room again, but Langa follows him. Gets it into the block hole. It's brilliant death bowling here from Langa. Quiet run rate jumps up to 16.4. Slow ball again, down the ground. It's high in the air. It's not going to carry 1 bounce.
And they will take a 2 for that.
So 220 comes up on the board. High again, long off, getting underneath it, and again just going to bounce short. Only this time getting 1. Charles Prince to face the final delivery of this over. He's been there a while, but he's been mostly on the non-strikers end. He's only faced 9 deliveries.
That's another dot ball. That brings the end of the 45th over. 221 for 5. The Northern Cape hits.
An eventful over. And we do now see from the Loch Logan in the bowling change, it is the long-awaited return of Malusi Saboto, replacing Johan van Dijk, who has been superb today. So Romano to Blanche on strike. He's on 39 from his 26 deliveries. He's looked in good form out there. So it's the veteran to the veteran. Malusi Saboto has got deep mid wicket. Long on, long off. Deep extra cover and a sweeper. No one out behind square.
Finding is up. Third man is up. On the circle.
And you can see the plan. He's trying to bowl Yorker into that, or full length delivery should I say, into the wide line. Is that small deliberation? Was that given a no ball?
That was given a wide.
Tries it again. This time it's struck. Long off will do the fielding. They're coming back for 2. Get there.
Required run rate now is 17.4. John.
Oh, this is played beautifully. It's played late, and Sweeper won't be able to cut that one off. Romano de Blanche showing his class, not just able to power the ball, but to glide it elegantly as well. Played super late. Nothing too much to fault with the delivery itself. Just beautifully played. A Sweeper now hangs a bit more behind square. Half an appeal as that one passes through to Ruan Hosbrook, the keeper. Not able to get any contact on the ball this time.
I think they were appealing because the bat hit the ground when the ball passed.
Again in the air. Just clears backward point. It's going to be recovered by Sweeper. They come back for 2. Fully outstretched hand from Jock Snyman as that just flew over his head.
On 47 now, Romano to the Blanche. That's another wide from Siboto.
It's been a good over, 10 runs from it. Flexbrands, proud sponsor of the Knights. Together we rise. Trying it again. Running hard, looking for two. Coming back. Dempet throwing in. Not a good throw. They'll come back easily. Into the block hole. And that's a dot to end the over. 46 gone. 233 for the loss of 5.
Northern Cape Heath still needs 75 of 24 balls, John. That required run rate climbs up to 18.8 runs to the over.
Now, if you think about it, Isaac Dali's innings was built off of 5 boundaries.
Yes.
5 boundaries,
Yes.
20 runs. So from 117, only 20 runs came off from boundaries.
Wouldn't mind that longer. Be happy with that. Yes, and then the other 97, he had to run them.
That is a lot of running.
That is a lot of runs. That's why he's having a rest now.
Shows you the importance of running here at the Mangaung Oval. He really was able to extract ones into twos and dot balls into ones.
That's a dot ball from Langa. I think the Knights are a bit quiet in that field today. Hearing one or two guys there and then.
Might have been quiet in the field, but and that brings up Monitor Blanche's 50 from 36 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6. He's been excellent today. Showed some real grit and a fiery spirit, showing his experience. He's been dangerous out there, and he's been a joy to watch with a bat in hand.
That's a white ball from Langa.
So talking about death bowling and getting it right, the Northern Cape Heat really did a good job when it came to their death bowling. And I'm not too sure how many extras the Knights have actually bowled in this last 10 overs, but it has been a couple.
You check the last 5, I think it's...
Oh, it's a slower delivery, and that's got him. Charles Prinsloo looking to heave this over to the leg side. Sitibele Langa's bowled one of those deceivingly slower balls, and it strapped him in front. Charles Prinsloo has to depart. He was there for 25 minutes, only faced 11 deliveries and scored 7 runs. Love to see the replay on this. Sitibele Langa's slower delivery. Oh, just got him all mixed up. Looked like an off cutter as well. Ball maybe staying a tad lower than expected. Charles Prinsloo looking into the heavens before contact. He has to depart. 6 wickets down now for the Northern Cape Heat. 236 for 6. Here in the 47th over.
Let's have a look at it again. That was right in front of the stumps. Sharp and slow.
So Kumelo makes his way to the middle.
And Tamsanga Kumalo. Let's see what it brings for the Northern Cape Heat. Still needs 72 runs of 20 balls. Northern Cape Heat. Let's see what Kumalo brings in.
It's been a tough season for the Northern Cape Heat. Season where not many things have gelled for them. Things have not flowed in the way they would have wanted. Bottom.
Most definitely, John. I mean, you check how they bowled the last 10 overs. You check how they batted. You think they would have played better cricket all around throughout the campaign, but it hasn't really gone the way, like you said, the way they wanted it to go.
Slow ball again. No, it's been difficult for them in the 4-day cup and with the T20 series. Bottom of the log in both tournaments, and here now in the 1-day cup find themselves again the bottom of the log.
47 overs gone, 237 for 6. They need 71 of 18 balls at the required run rate of 23.17. John?
Fortunately, this game was finished a while ago. Just with a conviction that the Flexbrands Knights have bowled at, keeping them for majority of this innings below the run rate of 4 runs to the over. It's slowly crept up to 5, but it's not been substantial enough. Hit straight down. Long off having to do a lot of hard work. Coming back for 2. Good running from Kumalo. But looking on the other end, striker's end, Untitled Blanche looks as if he's in a lot of pain. Possibly a bit of cramping. Oh, high in the air, deep extra cover. Dame Pitt takes the catch. He's been placed there himself there for a reason. And that is the end of Untitled Blanche's innings. A defiant innings. He's gotten to a half century, 52 runs he's added from 39 deliveries. 4 4s and 1 6. This was the end of him. He was hurting. Simplest of catches for Dame Pitt, the skipper. Ends the 7th wicket down, 240 for 7.
One would say Dane Pitt knew that that ball was coming. That sooner or later, because he made it so easy. Didn't have to move much.
And with that, it does look like Benjamin van Rensburg coming out to the middle. Had a good first spell with the ball. Came back strongly in the end as well for the Northern Cape Heat, but job too big with a bat. And looking to fall short here, unfortunately, for the Northern Cape Heat. 68 runs still required from 15 deliveries. 27 runs required per over. So Malusi Saboto picks up his first wicket of the day.
That's a 1 to deep square. God, they recovered well from that over. Let's see what the previous over.
It's high in the air, long off underneath it, tracking back and taking the catch.
And how many times must Malusi Sibot have done this, John?
And this time it's Kumalo that has to depart.
Then Pete, that's a happy captain, talking to his bowler. Malusi Sibot. He knows he can rely on him. Uderele Modimokwane is in. And he's on strike. Two Malusi Siboto, who just picked up another wicket of Tamsana Kumala.
Just a bit of a fumble there from Sitambile Langa. Come through for a single. It's the end of the over. 48 gone. 242 for 8.
And Uderele Modimokwane limping. Not good signs for Northern Cape Heat.
Salonga for his final over of the day. With 9 overs, 44 runs conceded and 3 wickets. And you see now everyone's in the ring except third man.
That's a dot ball through to the keeper.
So 2 wickets remaining. Langa's 5 deliveries to go. If I were him, I would still think the 5 is on. And the air taken at mid wicket.
Commentator's curse.
What do you mean? I told him. I said I want him to get a 5er. He's got the first wicket now.
Well bowled, young man.
Now. Everyone in the ring. Just popped off the hip. And the simplest of catches for Patrick Botha at mid wicket. It's a long walk back.
Still limpy Motimokwane on his way back to the dressing room.
So Sintipe Langa, he has the opportunity. He's got 4 deliveries remaining.
And Sepon Tuli is coming now to the wickets.
This was the 9th wicket going down.
Doesn't really look comfortable, Sepon Tuli.
Has to be said, does not look comfortable. Sitimbile Langa. You've seen a century today. Why not a 5er?
That would be brilliant for the Nats, wouldn't it? From bowling unit and batting unit.
Here we go. You can just see by his reaction he's disappointed with where he's bowled that one.
The question is, where do you bowl it to get a 5 on this one? Especially if the batsman is facing the first ball on the duck.
Well defended. 2 deliveries to go. And to answer your question, Pizza, there's only one person you have to look at. You look at Rashad Malinga. And you put it in the block hole. That's where you put it.
That's what I wanted to say to you. I said that's the only place where you have to bowl.
Now, well defended.
Seems like his head is up on Julie because he doesn't want to move his feet a lot. Still limping.
I reckon this last ball has to be the Langa special. The slower delivery. It's bowled really well today. Good variation of pace.
Yes.
And it's defended. And it does bring the end of the penultimate over. Langa disappointed not getting his 5er, but he's been brilliant today. 10 overs, 44 runs and 4 wickets. Everyone giving him a pat on the shoulder saying, congratulations, he's done a good job. Now it turns over again to Mulisi Suboto, who picked up 2 in the previous over. He can look to finish off this game. So the final over of the CSA one-day cup fixture between the Flexbrand Knights and the Northern Cape Heat. It's been a long day. It's beautiful weather here in Bloemfontein. We've been enjoying some good cricket here in Division 2. So for the final over, put out all the 5 men they can. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off and sweeper. Advancing in the air. Looking for 2. Not going to get it. With that, all the fielders are coming into the ring, so not wanting Van Rensburg on strike. Five deliveries left in this match.
Duel on strike.
There's an appeal. Umpire says come off the pad. You can just see how much they want this final wicket. This one is a wide.
I think everyone is in the circle. They're pretty much aware that Sabonchulu won't play a big shot because he doesn't move his legs a lot. Seems like
it's a good single round there, Benjamin van Rensburg. Always find sometimes for the lower order batsmen as a left-arm orthodox, and they just keep defending so well. Just have to bowl the grenade from sometimes. Just bowl the grenade. Just let it float.
and see what happens.
And see what happens.
See what happens.
Oh, big hit!
And
Van
that's what
Rensburg.
happens.
Van Rensburg, narrowly missing out on a maximum. He's just quickly reminding the Flexbrand Knights, you know what, he can hold a bat. Can recall days at school, Benjamin van Rensburg. He can bat, so it's quickly reminded here, the Flexbrand Knights. Don't set that field to me. Just push out sweeper and deep square leg. Into the pads.
That's the second last ball of the inning.
So now, final over in this one-day fixture between the Flexbrand Knights and the Northern Cape Heat. Flexbrand Knights having bowled well. They've done as they always do. They've restricted the batting side. And it's short and it's pulled. It will be caught. No, it's dropped! It's dropped by Langa. It's dropped, and that concludes this match. The Flexbrand Knights win this CSA one-day domestic competition match by 58 runs. It's been a hard-fought battle, but ultimately the Knights do end up on top. Just having a look at that drop catch. Oh no.
That rushed Benjamin van Rensbeck to pull it, and it went straight to fine leg, which was almost halfway into the field and dropped.
So that's the conclusion of this match. It's been a good one here in Bloemfontein. Key performance here today. Isaac Dichale coming into the side after Gian Klute rolled his ankle in Oudtshoorn. Opened the batting with Jock Snyman. They put up a formidable partnership. Jock Snyman departing for 82 runs, scoring at more than a run a ball. Isaac Dichale going from the first delivery up until the very last over, scoring 117 for his side, and it has been the difference. Flexbrand Knights, a couple of questions regarding their side after their lots in Oudtshoorn and a couple of mistakes that have been made in the past. Well, today they answered those questions emphatically with a brilliant batting performance, scoring over 300 runs. And they've come with a ball and restricted the Northern Cape Heat 249 in their 50 overs for 9 wickets. So thank you. That's been the day here in Bloemfontein for this fixture.
And thank you everyone for being with us. Good night.